Oh,
Let's get it.
shit.
We are live.
All right, everybody should be gallery
We are
mode
live.
so that you can
I don't
see
Lost
I don't have a
everybody.
in
legend keeper account, so I gotta create one.
paradise.
Okay. Um, well, yeah, I guess for tonight we'll just share this screen. I won't be able to share my screen because my screen has secrets on it. So
Yeah, I can share mine.
one of you will have to do that at
Mm,
that time.
yep, we'll figure it out.
Um,
I like the pivots. I do. It's quick thinking, man. Woo!
Adaptable.
That's right.
Bop, 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 bop.
um, before we go ahead and start, where we have last left off, the this party has journeyed with a group of militians. They all met not too long ago in the city of Melitus and took some odd jobs here and there. But one of their first adventures, they came across a golden mask of a returned, and that led them to trying to figure out what it was about. Or understanding why returned were killing another return for you're chasing another return. And what we soon find out from talking to oracles and traveling to the underground tomb of Oreskos, or not Oreskos, I can't think of the name off the top of my head right now. I believe the forget the thief follower of Phoenix, but from there you were able to find that um, that Phoenix is up to something, um, and that he is trying to raise the Titans. Now, at some point, being in the presence of the god, he transferred the party into his, literally into his like subconscious or his psyche. Where there at the end of the world, which was just kind of within this kind of dream logic state, you were able to come across Krufix because the God of Secrets knows all. Um, this is the God that knows the things that the other gods and Theros don't. He is privy to the multiverse, if you want to call it. Um, he understands unlike many of the gods, that they owe all of their benevolence to the mortals who made them. Even the mortals do not know this. Very few gods know that they were brought into being by being prayed to, and the prayers and the thoughts and the imaginations and the dreams of the mortals created the gods. But now those gods are as ever as more powerful than you. They can't just be unmade now by stop believing in them. It would have to be a mass disavowalment of all the gods, which will never happen, or which would be very difficult to happen at this point. And so Krufix also understands Phoenix's original nature, the nature of the god before he was a god, the god who was originally a man. Phoenix is literally the only god in this pantheon who walked as a man first. And what you all know is that in his, it seems that his destiny was to raise the gods, and he was killed for that. We don't know how that went down, who killed him, but then when his spirit or his that soul was sent into the underworld, he was now closer to his goal than ever. And some say Erebos may even have let him leave. But if you know anything about the returns, either way, with his deception and his sneakiness, he was able to sneak past. Some say also sneak past Erebos, sneak past his clutches, and swim across the river Tartrix to his freedom. And that would have been the first return to ever leave the underworld. And to swim through the waters is to lose yourself, is to lose the identity of who you were before. It separates your soul from almost like your ghost. It leaves the husk of a shell of a mortal that ends up being a return with this golden funerary mask, and separates them from their Idiolon, their ghost. That Idiolon can haunt, float off to the ether, but the body persists. It's almost like ghost versus zombie. You become two in the same, and they take separate paths. Phoenix was the first to do that, but he was different because he was the first. He was aware, and while he wasn't aware of who he used to be, he grew and he got more powerful. People started to believe in him, and eventually became a god. Who knows how long eons he's been around doing this? Um, and so, with that, when you guys talked to Krufix in the dream, he told you that he has Phoenix's Ideolon, the actual spirit portion, trapped in a castle at the edge of the world. You all shared that information with Phoenix. Therefore, it started Phoenix into better understanding what he needs. There's several keys that he needs to kind of move things along, and he's a step closer now. Um, Phoenix is the one who forced you kind of into the underworld because you were stuck in that tomb, and he had you do his bidding. And now that you're there, I think Krufix is trying to kind of make the best of the situation with the champions that he has to move this thing forward. So that's where we're at. Long story short. You all have been traveling in the underworld, and you all have, you've come across some strange sights, some horrific sights, but you've kept your head down and stayed out of trouble. You've had a couple battles with strange, horrific little monsters and things, but nothing that almost like the whatever might be. They'd be hard to describe. Whatever, not humanoids, but almost like bug or insect-like creatures. But nothing that's taxed you so far. And you've been in the presence of Krufix. You've had long rests, and so you can heal your slots.
Yeah.
And heal your hit points. The last thing I'll add. One second, my dog. Is she crying? 1 second. Hold on.
Heal.
Check on Sheba every now and then. All right, because
Oh, Sheba.
that broad is old.
Yeah.
Still kicking, but okay. And so as you travel, I'll just share that Krufix guides you across like these many wondrous landscapes. And sometimes you feel as though you've been here days, sometimes even weeks, while in other moments it's only seemed to be hours. And if any man thought that existing in life was oppressive, right, in the mortal realm, they would, if they were to die and come here, they would soon understand that once here in this world, it flexes itself, it moves on you in the most ominous way. It causes a kind of oppression and depression to start to leak into a mortal's mind, or whatever this existence of a mind is. For you all, you are flesh and blood living, but here in the underworld, and you've seen the souls that drift around, those maybe that have wandered, that haven't found their way to Elysia, those that are still hiding out of the sight of Erebos. You've gone several layers deep where you can no longer see that large many towers that forms a throne for Erebos to sit on, and now you find yourself in this cold wasteland. Like you were going, one minute you were going down this really dark stairway, and then when Krufix opens the door, and he's just literally a humanoid the size of you, but a massive floating, almost like a cloaked figure that just looks like the Nyx. But when you open the door, you were going down. Now you emerge almost on the top of a peak, this icy peak, the sky you kind of see behind you, almost as though the sun is about to rise, but it never does. Always either dusk or dawn, and these many towering peaks all around you that seem to have snowfall all around them. And then you begin to notice something, that each of the peaks appears to have like rope bridges connecting them. It's all around, crisscrossing, and there's one directly in front of you, in which, as you look closer, that knotted bridge is not a man-made bridge at all. It's one like braided braid of hair, white silky hair that doesn't freeze, that billows in the wind, but it is twisted so heavily that you can walk across it. You are sitting at a dizzying height above the ground, and you are, literally can see an entire expansive landscape covered in Clothes's hair. I'll turn it over to you all to talk to roleplay amongst yourselves and decide before we continue.
This bridge is disturbing. This is someone's hair.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like that's weird, right? And also like legitimately how sturdy is this?
I mean,
I'm a
it's
cat. I mean, I feel good
Like-
about on this.
Like how wide is this bridge?
the bridge itself uh, is about 10 feet wide, 10 feet wide, and almost 10 feet, about 10 feet thick. And it's like one giant braid. It has no handrails or anything like that. Um, but it is just knotted to one end, and it runs across another 60 feet to the other side.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
Dude.
My man's is blowing up the chat right now. Oh, that's so
my
good.
gosh.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Thank you, Tori. Thank you.
Wow.
I, I, I don't know. Should we just move forward? This is. I mean, I feel really unsteady in this environment.
Yeah.
I just need to get out of this.
Yeah.
We won't be.
I don't much want to be on this bridge longer than we need to be.
Yeah.
Oh,
Same.
I completely agree.
Unfortunately, we.
Makes sense to press forward.
I don't play with heights. Let's get up out of here.
Unfortunately, we will be traversing many of these bridges. And I'll share really quickly mine just for now. But if you see the map here, you will notice that this party flag is where you guys are at. And I want you to imagine that every single one of those lines is a bridge. And that is what the landscape looks like. And when they bundle up, those are the kind of the points that the rocks, and some of them are going into rocks, and there are different levels. Some of them at the top of the height, some of them are at the middles. So, and it is cold here. This isn't some hellish landscape. You almost feel like this is the bottom layer of this Hades-like underworld. And so, yeah, you would be a little speck on just one of those. And that is when Krufix starts to kind of explain, that his starry, no-faced, no mouth to speak, no eyes to look at you, just stars through a hood. He goes, this is where Krufix, or where Clothis, my sister, we were the first of the Titan. We were the first of the gods, but that is another story for another time. I will not worry you with that. It's almost like in your mind's eye, he gives you this map as a bird's eye. The map doesn't exist in any kind of parchment or paper, but you are able almost to have a vision above enough to see where he's able to point out where each cell of a Titan is. He tells you that each Titan represented, they were, if you think the gods can be petty or brutal, there's nothing more brutal and unforgiving and unrelenting as a Titan in any form. And he looks to the far end of this world, Sola, the Titan of life's pride, the anti-Heliot. To the west would be Euro, the Titan of nature's wrath. On the far east side, there's a cell, and the cells are underground. You can, when you look into the mist, you can't see. It almost looks like you can't tell if is there snow down there, is there a frozen lake down there, is there just a empty drop. But he basically says under this part of the ground is where the cell of Cry is, who would have been the Titan of the Titan of World's End. Then there would be the cell of Croxa, the Titan of Death and Hunger. And then finally there's Pyros, the Titan of Eternal Flame. And at the center of it all is the base, is the valley where Clothis' hair that has done well to keep these Titans locked and sealed runs into, I guess, like a basin. Clothis used to always need to be here in the underworld, but now she has been able to slowly move freely. Now, in addition to all of these bridges, can I have just a insight check from all of you?
Let's get off to a good start, gents.
21, baby.
21, Torin?
Uh,
I think Torin's got
15.
the highest so far. Okay.
5.
Torin, you. Now, Torin, you've never really, you don't really worship a god in particular, right? You don't.
I don't worship any god, but I do currently carry a blessing of Erebos.
Got it. Yep. And so with that, being here in the underworld for this time, you started to feel maybe a little bit more just connected to the world in general, and through your cat eyes, beyond the mortal eyes, you are starting to be able to see what Krufix is talking about, almost like the Matrix. I think all of you had experienced it momentarily once before, but for you, Torin, it's kind of mind-blowing as you start to see. We're not talking about these giant rope bridges, but you start to see hundreds, thousands, millions, trillions of strands connected to everything. And they all, including the rope bridges, they all have like a hint, a shimmer of gold to them. They're white strands, but they all have a little shimmer that runs through them that lets you know they're magical, and also lets you know that you're seeing them. And as you look at the rest of the party, you can see the strands all attached to all of you, and the strands lead directly ahead, like directly across this bridge, and then out towards towards this tethering area that Krufix was just mentioning. I don't know how if you share that, but that is what you see.
So, DM, can I ask, like, so, I mean, I see all these things, but do I have an understanding of it? I mean, with my insight check,
Yes.
does that mean that I clearly see that this is fate and that we are tied to it, it is tied to us,
Yes.
and we are, okay.
You do.
So I am going to share this with the party, my insight. So just everyone, I need you to understand what I understand. I don't know how I've understood this, but these are the strands of fate. These are the strands of Clothis that are tying, our predicted futures. And we are tied to this event. It is tied to us. My vote is to, with this epiphany, my only thought is to continue forward, but I do want this to be a collective decision, because this is, quite frankly, just mind-blowing. I've never seen something of this enormity in my life.
Torin speaks the truth. Heading north is the resting place of the shears of destiny. Well, let me explain. And should we continue, and I can tell you on our way, or otherwise, I will continue to tell you now that. And the Krufix begins to go and tell a story about a blacksmith warrior, a woman from Satessa. This woman, Moira, she refused to lose her child. She had lost her child to Erebos. The child had died. And he goes on to explain that she knew, kind of like you, Torin, every mortal can look within themselves. Every mortal that stares at the Nyx and wants better understanding can begin to attune to it. She knew what had happened, and she refused the destiny. She refused the strands that had pulled her son into the underworld. And so she spent time creating the shears. And she tracked down Clothis in her human form, and she was able to see her for what she was. And she slashed at Clothis's long mane of hair and cut a bundle off. And when Clothis asked why she had done this, the woman said, "Because you trapped my son in the tangle of your strands, and now he is in Erebos' hands." And so Clothis was moved by the woman's defiance and her bravery. She undid the tangle and reset the boy unto life. In memory of this fight, of the Morai's fighting spirit, Clothis has set the shears here where no mortal would dare to journey. That is until today.
Okay. So, I mean, after hearing what Krufix is saying, and also after hearing Torin, to me it feels like I feel comfortable with what Torin is saying.
Yeah. Zunis is just a little bit more quiet, but he just kind of nods, to kind of push forward.
If that's what we're here for, then that's what we go towards.
Well, I cannot make you do anything, and I am a god that would not, and therefore, seeing your willingness to throw yourselves at this, I am not one of those gods that is often blessing, but I must do my best. And he kind of waves his hands, and a sprinkle of the Star of the Nyx kind of falls over all of you. And one weapon of your choosing becomes a magical +1 weapon. I think Ziora already has a +1 bow, right? You have a +1 arrows, or you have... Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. I think it is +1 just using the bow, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Because the bow is magical.
The bow is magical, so it's causing your arrows. Okay. So then one other weapon of your choice would be +1.
Okay.
You guys can actually go into D&D Beyond. You don't have to do it right now, but to make it easier in the future, you can add a +1 weapon to your equipment so that you don't have to keep remembering to add the +1.
Nice.
But just so you all have magical weapons. And just to go around, what did you all choose? So Torin, for example, did you choose the hand axe or did you choose your long sword?
It's kind of deciding. This is actually really exciting to me. I kind of feel like it's got to be my longsword.
Yeah.
I wanted to do the hand axe, but I can't. I feel like a goof running around with a magic hand axe. I'm a paladin, it just doesn't feel right.
I'm gonna do my my scimitar.
Okay.
And you said I can go in and just add.
Yeah, in D&D Beyond you can, where you can add You can it's when you manage equipment, you can search for weapons that are in any of the books as long as they're shared with you. So you can search for +1 scimitar and it should pop up and you can add it to your inventory. Okay. Well, we should be off. As we travel, you understand that will. And so you've gotten used to him doing this, but when you travel, he kind of bursts into stars. You always can kind of feel Krufix in the wind close by, but he's not. He doesn't sometimes he forms into this cloaked figure and then he just kind of evaporates. But he's always close by.
Oh yeah, that was easy. So I chose my flail to add it, and I put it in my inventory.
DM, do we have any insight as to Krufix's intent? You know what I mean? Do we know? I mean, do we feel like he's on our side, or is he on Fate's side? He's a completely neutral figure, but wants to see Fate.
You all want to give me? You guys have spent a lot of time with this character too, so why don't you all give me advantage insight checks?
Oh shit! So advantage just means I do it twice.
Yep, and take the highest result.
I got a 12.
Oh yeah, 20.
How about you, Yagos?
What? Sorry, 1 sec.
No worries.
I got.
You updating your equipment?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, just updated.
Oh,
mine.
and I chose my I kind of looked at my trident because it's attached to my bow.
Yeah.
I just let it. I kind of touched my longbow. I felt uneasy.
Got it.
Applying that to my trident.
Interesting. I just knew you would have chosen the trident. Okay, interesting.
His gills were heaving as he.
So what are
my gills are fine.
Any checks 18
That's
or
racist,
above?
and I know. I'm sorry.
18
sorry,
above
Krishna.
on insight.
Tauren, I think.
Tauren.
Oh, sorry. Insight.
I got 20 inside.
Yeah, you need to roll an advantage insight check, bro.
Not for me.
Why? What'd you get, Ron? You didn't roll?
No, I'm saying.
Oh,
15.
okay.
But 7 and a 4.
Okay, so just Tauren. So Tauren is really.
Tauren is out here winning
now.
right now. Yeah.
Tauren,
Yeah.
you will also get 1 inspiration point if you don't already have one, because you cannot stack those. So if
Go
you go
get
on
it, bro.
So Tauren, what you feel is that you realize that could this be some kind of giant trick? At this point, you guys have probably grown. Your distrust for the gods has probably grown significantly, but everything that Krufix has said so far has lined up with what he told you in the dream or in the mind world of Phoenix. He hasn't given you any reason to doubt him so far, and it appears that when you ask whose side is he on, he's on the side of what's best for THEROS. For him, you get the feeling that it's not even necessarily about the mortals necessarily, about saving you all, as much as it's something about this whole collapse of the way things are could spell doom across the board. And you get the feeling that it could. You remember the visions about the other worlds that made no sense, like the worlds where they were like these robotic. You feel like Krufix is trying to keep this from spilling over into maybe even other whole worlds. So from a god's perspective, it's way over your head, but it seems to be benefiting you because you all deep down, you guys are all, in this world, the Titans are real as much as the gods are real. So it's a bad idea for them to be out because they have no sense of, they're not gonna, let's say the gods are ruling by even some form of subjugation. The Titans are just unadulterated power in its strongest form. So they're gonna look at the mortals most likely like the way mortals look at ants.
Yeah.
You don't need ants to worship you. You just need them to get out of your house.
And that's been. I don't know if I understand everything that you just said. Also.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I just had a lot of insight that just kind of blew my mind.
No, yeah, all that I'm sharing is sometimes I'm trying to share it like it's kind of meta the way I'm sharing it. but translate that to how you think Torin is absorbing it.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that this completely confirms all of my misgivings about the gods. Like, I always understood them to be a cold, like, not necessarily evil, but just uncaring group of beings. I never, and that's why, you know, me being a paladin, I just find it so ironic. You know, I have faith mainly in myself and in nature and in what the power of will can do. And the gods do not fit in that for me yet. No one has proven that they've earned my allegiance. And so to see them for what they are, cosmic children, is something that I will share with the rest of the group. And damn the fates if I get struck down again, but I will not bow to any god unless they win my loyalty through, you know, through positive action. No manipulations for this independent cat. I climb my own post.
That is the most respectable.
That's the quote for the night. I climb.
Yes, climb my own post.
Ah! Fucking rip
This
my
is
shirt off here,
Sparta.
dude. Jesus.
So now
Damn, I am galvanized
Excellent.
right now.
Dude, I am
Holy-
pumped. Fucking
Whew,
shotgun
can,
this
can he
beer
get
here.
another inspiration for that? Because like I am
Yeah.
inspired. No, real talk, DM.
while you guys
Torn is on fire.
I'll be right back because I never got to grab my beer because the wife was gone, but they just came in, so let me go grab mine. I'll
Yeah,
be
go
right
get
back.
that thing.
Take
This is
care
what
of
substance
take care
does.
of biz.
Yo, Torn,
Substance doesn't help with creativity, folks.
Torn, you are crushing tonight, bro. Like going in right now.
I'm not going to share this on speech, but I will share it in chat.
Oh, papa. Alright. This is fucking nuts.
Yeah, like are you talking about the situation that
Yeah,
we're in?
dude. Like I and as a character, like I feel like I'm just so, you know, like I was so focused on such a, I don't know, very human, like, yeah, I gotta find out about my family and myself, and this is just so beyond me. Like this is so much bigger, and I think as my Zunis is just struggling to kind of like handle the enormity of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like this is like really, really big because to your point, E, like yes, it is about like preserving our people, but it's also like about preserving existence in and of itself. It seems, or that like that's what like the gravity. That's the gravity that I feel.
It's deep.
Mhm.
We're literally walking on the strands of fate. Giant.
And this
Oh.
fucking music of Interstellar is like getting me like real amped up too, man. Fucking at the verge of like tears. Fucking love it.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, like this whole, yeah. This shit is crazy.
Oh, hey, Carrie, you came in right as I was talking about it. We'll officially be back in Cali as of next weekend after next.
Oh, for reals.
All right, what I missed?
Yeah, we
Nice.
we're renovating the house right now. We new paint, new carpet, all kind of new stuff. Just putting in a deck in the back.
Oh snap. Okay,
Nice.
y'all going? Okay, that's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be nice.
Hell yeah! This is
Nice, man. Yeah, it's gonna be good to have you back, man.
Yeah, man.
It's
I'm
gonna be
excited.
good to have you and Jen back in the mix.
This is the new color we put on.
Like it.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Mustard.
It's nice.
Is that mustard, or am I just?
See, no, it's the light. It's butternut, but it is close to a mustard.
Yeah, it's butternut
I'm
Sammy.
not. But
Fuck. Come on, bro.
Plus, Plus, all of our lights give off yellow more than white, so it makes it look mustard.
I mean, I like it either way.
Yeah,
I like
I like it. I like it
mustard.
a lot. Mustard's definitely in our color palette in our house for sure.
We got a big ass TV to put up on the wall.
Nice.
So it'll be a nice little spot I can host and have a little bit more space. So we can have a session. Like I say, once it's all done, we can do a live session over here. That'd be great.
I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Man. Yeah, that would be super dope.
All right, I'm gonna assume, because there's been all this great drama and great conversation, but I doubt like they really just been talking this entire time, waiting to take their first step off until like cross.
Right. Yeah. So before you went into like the diatribe, into the story, I was gonna be like, could we just go ahead and.
So I'll assume that you guys have been traveling towards the tethering, and you have. Can I have, even though you're kind of being guided by, I imagine because he is there in his presence, Crewfix isn't going to let you get lost necessarily. So less of, I want a survival check just for your overall travels and seeing how you guys are doing, and it's because it's colder here. There's a little bit more. There's a little bit of snow. It's not like a torrential, as you can kind of see, but it is. There's a little bit of light flecks in the air, and things can be slippery. Rocks give away from time to time. Survival checks for all.
Survival.
16 for me.
Yeah, I got a 4. I feel like the gods are gonna spank me now for being a dick.
That get back is serious, eh?
Like climbing posts.
And what's your marching order when you do cross a bridge? Because at this point, I imagine, based on so far, I got a 16 from. I'm taking based on for each score that's over a certain. I'm pushing you closer and closer to the point of where you're supposed to be.
13.
13.
God damn it!
What'd you get? What you roll, bro?
1.
Lord.
Plus 3, so 4.
What's your marching order when you're crossing a bridge? Okay.
I'm like.
Yeah,
so uneasy, like a fish out of water. Really,
yes,
like,
literally.
Just like,
yeah, it feels like myself and Torin should be kind of pushing forward.
Okay, that's kind of what I have there.
That's all you, man.
So this white thing right here, it's this plastic bag. I could have come up with something better, but that represents that's the braided bridge, right? And so this clear top is literally what you're. I shouldn't have even said what it was, right? So just think of this as just all you could be there. So yeah, because I couldn't stand your miniatures on that. So 16 from Torin, 1 from Zunis.
I rolled a 4, man. I rolled
a 4. Okay.
Yeah,
was that Yagos that got a 16?
No. 16 from Zior.
16 from Zior, and then what did Yagos get? 13. Okay. So you all are very close to your destination, where it appears to be like one of the kind of second to last bridges that you need to cross. And as you're crossing this particular bridge, the winds kind of pick up, and the whole thing begins to kind of sway back and forth. And when it sways that way, you all kind of have to plant yourselves. The 4 from Yagos and a 1 from Zunis, which was like a 3, right?
It was 4 plus 3.
4.
Yeah.
So I need everyone to give me
dexterity.
Make sure. Yeah, but a specific one. I want an acrobatics check. And from everyone. And Zior, Yagos and Zunis will do theirs at disadvantage. The horse, it makes sense. The horse guy is definitely struggling. I'm like, clap, clap.
No. I'm not the one.
You're not the one.
He's not the one. It's actually the cat.
What's funny though? No, you got a 13 though, right? That's still. I want disadvantage from you. I want disadvantage from Torin. I want disadvantage from Zudis. so
yeah, man.
The only one getting a regular roll is Zior.
Oh Lord.
Cat-like reflexes. Got to climb that pole.
I rolled a 7 and an 8, so I'm terrified of heights, man. You know, I'm a cat, but I'm in armor. You know, like I'm not meant for heights. I don't know.
This is rough. Oh,
I'm gonna fall off.
18.
Oh shit.
I got a 12.
okay.
I got a 12 as well.
Nice. And so Torin. So the only so as even as the centaur kind of like drops down on his front and holds himself, the only one that continues to slip here and begins to fall is Torin, and he's going down the second level.
No!
He's like falling off. Torin, I need a dex save now, not to plummet to your death.
Oh no,
Torin, this cannot.
Oh yeah, 21,
this cannot be.
Nice.
All right.
So he catches himself.
I'm back.
Grab
pulls
into my
himself.
heels.
You can't give that speech and die. Like that's not.
Now, it's an unspoken rule, but I always wait for when people fall like that. As a DM, I am never gonna say. I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know a little secret. One time and one time only. When somebody's making a save like that, where they're going to die, you can use a reaction in that moment if you're within 5 feet of them to try to reach out and help and grab. But let's say you fell miserably, or here's the thing: you give them help. So you give them the help action. But if you reach out and grab somebody who fails while you give them the help action, you go with them.
Oh no!
So, just in case you want to be, you can be a hero, but there's also now in hindsight to be like meta and share with you, this was only a DC 10, so. Well, I know not only it could have gone bad, but you're good.
Fuck that.
Thank God for the 21. I'm back. Yeah, you know, my mind, you know, and I'm gonna, because I'm a cat. This should not be happening to a cat. I was just too much in my own head. All this stuff, all this information, the fact that we're walking on this weird lady's pubes, it was just like, it was too much.
You hear Krufik's voice go, "What is? Why do you continue to say pubes?"
I
Don't
say
anger.
That.
Don't anger the gods,
Right.
Torn.
These are the locks of my sister's head.
That's his sister, bro.
Be cool.
God, shit.
So far, he hasn't lost
My
it.
bad.
We're getting
My
spited.
bad.
Forgive our friend Torn. He's
He's had a little bit much to
too
think
close
about
to the
this evening.
sticks. Yeah.
Perfect. My apologies. There was no disrespect meant. I didn't realize she was your sister. I was just mind blown.
No offense taken. You just kind of hear his voice in the wind. Eventually, I don't even have a little miniature here for it, but I'll just put you all down here. You make it within another. Again, time seems to almost be irrelevant here, but it does. If you could, it would feel like you may have been traveling right now for, maybe the past few hours. And that last rope bridge got a little hairy. Eventually, you come to an impressive sight. There is a bronzed podium. And I'll share once more my screen to kind of share. So, if I had to move the group up, can I move you? Nope. Maybe I need to go down here and pin dragging. So you're at this, you're not at the lowest point, but you're on a cliff, and this cliff overlooks this huge valley, and the entire valley looks like it's blanketed in white snow. And there is flecks of snow, there is snow on it, but what's even more is that even Torin can see underneath the snow are the glowing golden strands leading off into the distance from miles around, like all come converging into one point and just dropping off into like a crevice or a hole in the ground. What you're standing in front of, you know, on this cliff. The cliff has a bronzed podium that stands before you. It appears to be like a control mechanism of sorts. It has 8 removable crystal gems that are slotted into the podium, and you can all tell that the 8 ancient glyph crystals with the glyphs on them. The glyphs you recognize to be old numbers, like you know, just almost look like glyphs, but you can tell they're numbers, right? Almost in common, and they number 1 in systematic order from right to left, 1 to 8, right? So you see that 8 gems, and they're all slotted in the podium. Now, right above those gems are 3 empty slots that you can tell that any of the gems fit in. You could take any one of the numbered gems, and the numbered gems all have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you could put any of them in these 3 slots that are empty. In front of this podium is a 6-foot slab of ice, and it's translucent, and within you can see the shears encased within, and carved lightly into the ice is this map that you see here, kind of like carved, etched on it like a glyph in the ice, and then beyond the ice you can see the shears. Now, also, just for a little bit of flair, I'll share with you, I don't know how to do this, but I'll stop sharing I'll go back to sharing the map momentarily. But I'll also put in the chat so you can see what the shears look like. And this is an image, the shears of destiny, but I imagine that they look kind of like this, but where the infinity loop where you would hold them is elongated, so that it almost looks like you would hold it like a sword. But when you squeeze on them, they still would shear like scissors. Do you all see that?
Cool.
Yeah. So I imagine the loop part is longer, elongated, so like you could put like 2 hands on it, and it's a big ass set of scissors. Anime wise, you might think like Kill la Kill, but like, Eddie, have you ever seen that anime? I'm surprised.
Which one?
Kill la Kill.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm surprised. We'll have to talk about it later. Anybody that's watching now is like, Malcolm, come on.
No.
Yeah.
You should watch it.
No,
especially after your last session. You should watch that shit.
Yeah.
You'll love it.
You will love it. All right, so back to sharing this Titan prison here. Hopefully I'm still sharing my music. Yes, sharing sound.
Kill.
Okay. And so what I was saying is, so there's the 3 slots above, and then you see on the ice is a map that you see here. And then etched under the map are these 3 seem like weird directions. Damn it, I can put it in the chat. So to everyone, the first set of directions say move from Sola to the Titan world's end, then head west to the tethering to the Euro, make a right and head southeast to the Titan of the Eternal Flame. Continue to Croxa, then head back to Clothis tether, and finally back to the Titan Sun. The second directions say, and I'm putting these in the chat as well, from Nature's Wrath, head north to Sola, then head to Cry before heading west to Clothis tethering. From there, head to Pyros, then head east and end at Croxa. And then the third and final directions etched in the ice read, once more from Euro, head to the Titan of Life's Pride, but then head directly to to south to the tethering. Now head east to the Titan of Water, then directly south to the Titan of Death, finish by ending at the Titan of Eternal Flame. Krufix, you hear him whisper, I know many secrets, but then there are those that even I am not permitted to share. This you must do alone. So I am sharing the map. I will say it helps a little bit more if you have access to your own map, but
well, DM, can I? Does anyone? And I'm reaching out to the group here. Does anyone have paper? These are etchings that we don't lose track of what all these instructions are. Does anyone have a piece of carbon and something that we can like basically scrape over it on a piece of paper so that we can get an inscription or a copy rather? Because I don't.
And also, if you need me to hover over something on the map as you would, then just tell me to on this side since I'm sharing.
I don't have pen and paper or anything to necessarily write with. However,
and he's referring to in game. You don't need an actual pen and paper.
I mean, I know. I'm like, I don't
but
have anything.
Yeah.
I have an ink. I have an ink pen and parchment.
Nice. So he does have pen and paper.
There you go.
Yeah, we good.
He's a fish man. I just thought he was gonna squirt some juice on there.
My man.
Like an octopus, he's just like
paper.
I got a problem with fish people, man.
He got a whole time.
Well, where's he? He's got an ink pen. Where do you think the ink's coming from?
Yeah, exactly.
My man's going standing behind the tree.
Ah!
You feel it?
Fill it up.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's called his ink pen.
Oh god. Okay, so all right, let me slide into my legend keeper real quick. Where is that? Okay. Okay.
Sola, I'm assuming, is the sun.
Is the sun, yeah. So Sola is the sun, and then
Sola.
And if you need me to push you closer, just let me know if you need me to.
World's End is the water droplet.
Okay.
And then tethering to the Euro is the green, is like the tree. And then going south to Eternal Flame, which is the flame, obviously. And then going back to... Oh no, then going to the death one, I think. And then going to Clothis and then back to the Sun Titan.
Dude, not to break the third wall, but is that mist, like a mist sampling? That's so kick-ass.
What do you mean?
Never mind. It's too breaking of the third wall, but
no, go. I mean, feel free to share because you got me. I'm wondering now.
Yeah,
like if you guys ever played the
like
Mist,
yeah.
You know, like there's that like playful little like dun 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 that they play whenever you're trying to solve one of their puzzles.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Obviously,
totally.
like right now, what we're doing is like we have to find the corresponding, like the corresponding piece to each god. Except that there's 8 pieces and only 6 gods. So that's where
Not
like
even, there's only
connection
5.
broke for me.
Oh yeah, 6. I guess if you could count Clothis. There's 5 Titans and one Clothis.
Oh, okay.
Clothis is 5 Titans, 1 god. Yeah, so all god level.
So my
can
guess
I
is that we have
can
to
I have an
use this
insight
somehow.
check from everyone?
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out like, because like I'm also thinking about this like geometrically almost. Like what shape does each path make, and does that mean something potentially? So like with the first one, it basically looks like almost like it's like two triangles at the bottom with a line going straight up to the top. So it's almost like a almost like an inverted like judicial like scale almost. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't mapped out the other two though. But I don't know if we should be thinking about it in that way or if that means anything.
I don't know. Can we take a closer look at the pieces themselves? I mean, is there anything that gives us a differentiation that might kind of help us
The pieces
like figure
of
this puzzle out?
The crystals or the
the crystals in the machine and in the contraption that's on top of the deal, where like each crystal, I thought it was like in my head it felt like these crystals were there as levers or some kind of button, kind of like in Superman's like
Give me an investigation check, and I'm automatically going to share some information with him to make it easier or to make it clear. I'll share more depending on what you got. Okay, so 5.
I rolled
five. I'll share what you should know. Yes, just understand that whenever you're in D&D, sometimes you are describing in a world something, and not every little bit of that information is most important to the puzzle. The most important thing I think about is this podium that stands before you.
Right.
Has 8 crystals in a line. All the crystals number 1 to 8. Above the 8 crystals that are removable, right? They're all lying there and they clearly look like pieces to be used. Above them are 3 slots where 3 crystals could be slotted in order.
In the right order.
Yes.
Oh,
Anyone else doing anything else that might add to that?
I mean, let's pull out some crystals. Let's give this a shot. I mean, if unless I'm being a little too forward with this idea, but I kind of feel like if we stand here, we're going to go through like decision paralysis or like too many like option paralysis. Like
so you're just gonna slot random 3.
Not random.
Okay.
So let's think about this. So number 1 was move to Sola.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Number 2, well, and I'm adding.
Yeah, I have them written down here in order.
Yeah, so like 1 was Sola, 2 was Nature's Wrath, and 3 was Euro. Yep. So like I think we should do it that way.
Okay. 3 was back to Sola. So we started Sola, then Euro, then back to Sola.
Give that a shot. All right, Zunis.
So I arranged the crystals in that order.
Okay, so what do you mean? What are you doing with the crystals? The crystals are just numbers. So if you tell me I'm taking number 1 and doing what with it, or I'm taking number 4 and doing what with it.
So this is where I'm confused. Like, how do we know which? Are we assuming that each crystal represents a Titan plus some other stuff, or are these just arbitrary numbers?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Shit.
I took 1 investigation check from Torin. I'll take 1 investigation from everyone else. That might add a little bit more, like a hint. If you can score a decent number or a certain number, you might be able to get a hint.
Okay. Come on, baby. Don't let me down. All right, 19.
Okay. Zunis, describe for me what you're investigating, or what that, give me a little more what you're doing before I give you what. Like how Torin told me, he's like looking over the pedestal, and he's like looking at these things. What are you looking at? What are you?
Yeah, I'm kind of like sitting with my legs crossed on the ground, kind of facing from right to left, the crystals laid out, and I've had my parchment where I've numbered, kind of have numbered the directions, and trying to look at the symbols there, if I can rearrange it, if the symbol of nature is one, and then the symbol of, that these are in the right order.
So here's what your mind is telling you.
Okay.
That seems almost impossible what you're trying to do, because there are only 3 slots and there are 5 gods. So the idea that there might be only 3 of the gods, but the directions specifically touch all 3 directions seem to touch all 5 gods in some way, shape, or form. So, but what I'll say is Zunis is on to something with the idea that of following the directions, tracing the directions. What did Zior get?
Sorry, I got a 12. I'm sorry. No. Yeah, I got a 12.
Okay. And what was Zior interested in mostly?
I think I'm thinking about it the way you expressed it. So I'm thinking about it like these as literal directions. But at the same time, like, I don't really understand the connection of these stones with these directions. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a connection between the two, and if there is, then I think that helps us figure out our direction as far as what we want to do.
What Zior understands is these directions are not literal directions, like you would be here for ever following, going, crossing over if you actually went to these places. So that's not it. If anything, it's tracing the directions on the ice map. And there can only be 3 of the 8 stones slotted into the 3 stones, which means that there's going to be 3 numbers that get slotted, and those 3 numbers will unlock the shears.
So maybe if we let's do that. Let's use some of Zunis's dirty ink and like trace.
So that's what I was saying earlier. Yeah.
That's exactly it.
So I'm tracing. I started tracing the path. So like, but here's the thing. I don't know if like are there gonna be multiple numbers in, because like in the first direction, I got basically like a direct line down from the sun to the crown, and then so this is the shape. It's a direct line down, or the end of the shape. It doesn't follow the path essentially, but it's a direct line down to the crown from the sun. Then it's straight out to the tree and the water, and then down and then back. Because essentially the path is you go from the sun. Hold on one second. So you go from the sun to the water droplet. Then you go all the way through like Clothis to Euro. Then you go down to the eternal flame, over to death, back to Clothis, and then back up to the sun. So that is actually, that's a 6. It's a backwards 6. From my vantage point, because we go from the sun to the water, straight through to the tree, down to the flame.
You're on the right path, but you're missing something, Zior, because the writing is very specific.
What
Yeah.
writing?
So each number that he gave us in the chat. So number 1 will be, maybe like one number that we have to kind of do.
So Zior's thinking on the right path,
Yeah.
but I was checking. I'm like, am I wrong? I'm like, the way you're tracing that is not correct.
Okay.
What about the number of stops in each one?
I'll give one more gift too, is that when you're in Legend Keeper, you can hover over each of these and read them wholly. So this is Sola, the Titan of Life's Pride. This is the Cell of Cry, the Titan of the World's End. Because if I actually click on it, Titan of the World's End. This is Clothis, the Tethering of Clothis. This is Euro, the Titan of Nature's Wrath. Pyros, Titan of the Eternal Flame. Cell of Croxa, the Titan of Death. Death, specifically Titan of Death and Hunger. Move from Sola to the Titan of the World's End, then head west through the Tethering to Euro.
It's okay, so it's either a 3 or an 8. I drew it. I mean, I drew it out. It's either a B or
because you originally said you said go from Sola to Tethering, right?
No. Oh, Sola to World's End.
Okay.
Through Clothis to Euro.
Okay.
Down to the Flame.
Yes.
Back to the Death.
Yes.
Up to Clothis, and then back through to the Sun.
I'm sorry, you are that looks right.
So to me, that looked like a 6, a backward 6.
Interesting. You get a 6.
All right. Okay, go
but it also, but it also could be because the only reason why I think it might not be is because there's a continuation. Because I never go back through World's End to get to Sola. I cut it through the middle to get back to Sola. So that's what makes me think that it might not be a 6, because it doesn't make it like the actual shape. So that's why I'm also thinking that it might be, because essentially like it makes almost like a if you just think about, if you cut out Sola altogether, like the shape is basically like a B, which also could maybe be an 8. So this, I'll draw the shape that I'm seeing.
Oh, you have your backgrounds.
So this is what it. Oh, okay. Let me change my virtual background. Sorry.
That's interesting.
Okay. So this is what it looks like to me on the screen. And then if you invert it, that's what I'm seeing. And that's without Sola. That's just basically saying Sola is the start and the finish of the shape or whatever.
And so DM, you were saying that these are just straight up like
let me see that picture again.
Alphanumeric, numbers, you know what I'm saying? Like from the Arabic alphabet? Or no, that's, you know what I mean.
So this is the shape with Sola. This is what it looks like on my screen. Or no, I'm sorry.
Interesting, because I just traced it for you.
That's wrong.
So.
That's wrong. Sorry. That's wrong. So this is Sola.
I'm gonna stop talking now. To be honest with you, I haven't heard any input. Zior, I'm not gonna let Zior do this on his own. There's also 2 other notes. You guys are doing the first one. You guys are hung up on this first one, but
So 3 slots, 5 gods, 8 crystals.
don't even worry about the gods. It's not even important. I mean, what's important is that may not say that.
Yeah.
The descriptions to those gods is absolutely important. Everything about the descriptions is important.
Mhm.
But in terms of them being gods, titans, they could be marbles at this point.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. So this is the actual shape of the whole thing.
That looks like an 8.
That looks like an 8 to me.
Yeah, so that's the first one.
We got there eventually.
Yeah.
All right. Numero dos. Let's get it.
I'm so confused.
All good, man. Yours got us. He's got it, man. He's chasing that nugget. He's getting it.
Cat is like he's like doing the beautiful mind. Ah.
Stop.
Like a piece of string, man. He's
Yeah.
Y'all funny. I drew my inspiration from Torin. Torin came through. All right. So Nature's Wrath, which is the tree. Head north to Sola. Boom. Then head to Cry. Boom. Before heading west to Clothis. Boom.
Then to Pyros.
Then to Pyros.
Then ended Coraxa.
Okay, so this is what it looks like right side up. It's either a 2 or a 5.
That's.
Let's see.
Nope.
What do you?
2?
2. Okay. All right. I'm cool with that.
I would think 2 because if you turn it upside down, it's not 5 in the right way. 5 would start the other way.
Still looks like a 2. Both ways look like a 2 to me.
All right, bet.
I agree with Ron.
So we got 8, 2.
Sorry.
All right, let's get this last.
I'm an idiot. Oh my.
Oh my god.
Well, welcome, E. We love you, bro. Welcome.
Hey man, it would have took me a while.
I'm really sorry.
No, you're good. Don't trip.
Oh, that was great.
You're having an epiphany that I'm not understanding?
Yeah, what's up? What am I missing?
Dude, when it hits, it's with puzzles. It's always that way. When you get it, you're like, how did I not see that from the jump?
No,
Okay,
I was tracing every fucking from the chat. I'm an idiot. Go on. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me just. All right. So we're gonna start from Euro again, and go to Sola. Then head directly south to Clothis, and then go east to Water. Then directly south to Titan, ending at Eternal Flame. Okay, this is for sure a 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right,
What
so
was-
8, 2, 3.
Zior for the fucking win.
So Zior actually picks up the crystals and slots them 8, 2, 3.
Nice.
Got to commit to the action. Just wondering.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Fucking commit.
Yep.
Now that I
I'm
do
doing
it.
So he takes the 8.
gills.
He pulls it out. He locks that one in. goes for the 2, locks that one in. The 3, almost magnetically, almost like before you slot it in, it just kind of like pulls away from your hand and slams in, and they all like, they all like light up, and then the whole place kind of shudders for a second, and then it's quiet, and they stop glowing, but the ice, a crack kind of runs up all the way up and kind of splinters across. And then instead of bursting, it begins to just melt like water. And it begins to run. And there, standing before you, are the shears of fate, still stuck in the ground for someone to grab. Who will take them?
Yeah,
I mean, you deserve it, dude.
Dude, Zior, grab that.
I'll go grab the shears and add them to my garden collection.
So as he grabs these, as a druid too, right? He grabs these shears, this immaculate design on them. He starts to feel them immediately attuning to his being. He gets flashbacks and images of Morai, who used them before in another life. He sees the moment that Krufix talks about where she cut the hair, the bundle off of the woman, this beautiful woman of caramel skin. It is a +3 bonus weapon. +3 to attack, and all damage rolls made with it, when you hit, the target takes an extra 2d8 force damage. It counts as a longsword, so longsword damage plus 2d8 4 damage. You get the feeling that if you decide to worship Clothis, there are more abilities to be had, but so far the major benefits end there. One other ability I will share with you as it continues to attune, but right now it's +3, the shears. They're these silver, they're clean. They're not also made of bronze, which means that they're a different type of metal that most people in Theros are not used to. I will share outside of that moment that the way to throw you off is the way those were written. Sometimes they would use the Titan's name, and sometimes they would use the designation of the Wrath of Eros. So Zior, Terry definitely picked up on that and started to use those directions. The first time you drew that 8, it was like a B, and I was like, nope, I was like, that's it. But like, but eventually it came together. You got it all right the first time. 8, 2,
nice, man,
and 3.
Yeah.
Now, before I stop sharing the map, there's one more boon that could be granted to you, one more gift, but it is only for the discerning eye, and it is for those with a meta eye. You have 1 minute to look at the map before I close it, and if there's something you can pull from it, it's not an answer to a question, but it's like if there are images or icons that seem familiar about it, you might be able to point to it. I'll give you a couple minutes.
I got it.
What is it?
I got it. It's a Captain Planet.
Oh, I can see that.
He's a hero.
Close, but not it. But a good guess.
I see something too, and this is very meta. This is like about as fucking meta as you can be. At the very top of that map, underneath the web, I see stock image.
I
see the.
I was like,
I see the
stock image.
It is definitely a stock image ripped from Google. Fair enough.
I was just like, I saw through the fucking veil, people.
All right, man. We'll stop there. I'll give an inspiration point to somebody for that. That's not what I'm looking for, but that was just too good.
So you said that something that's like meta.
Yeah.
Meta.
Something that a couple of you I would expect to see. And a couple
Magic
of you
the fucking Gathering.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Dude.
The icon of the crown in the middle is Clothis. They normally put the icons around the sun, the island, because every god in Theros is a Magic the Gathering icon. So
walking the fuck away now.
Yeah, dude. I'm disappointed.
I don't know Magic the Gathering, so
yeah, that's why I said a couple of you should get it and a couple of you should not. But if you know Magic the Gathering, it's literally it's like the way the symbols are always designated when you look at them.
Not even in my mind. Like, oh my god.
And to be honest with you, so what Zior and for Yagos, Theros is a Magic the Gathering world. It came from Magic before it came from D&D. So it is there are decks of cards for Theros. So I expected either Torin or Eddie to get it before I close it out. I was about to close it out, but so Zunis, you have, if things ever get too crazy, you have one boon, like one just kind of favor to call upon to Krufix.
That's big right there. Whoo!
Thank you, Krufix.
Because you're through the secrets, you're seeing beyond the world.
And now we're in the multiverse.
Yeah.
Freaking Zunis, you just saw, like, literally,
I know.
you just saw into the multiverse, man. Like, what now? That epiphany, that is giving you access to the
I'm a planeswalker, baby.
wide range of universes that are out in existence. Fuck.
Hey yo,
that's just deep.
That's deep.
That is fucking holy crap.
What's that?
Can we take like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break.
Just got here.
Yep, 5-minute break.
Awesome.
Dude.
Good stuff.
Awesome.
This shit, everybody.
We don't do puzzles all the time, but when we do puzzles,
like
this is great, man.
Drawing.
I'm so glad you did this. I'm so glad. Like it was badass. Like that was fun as fuck. That was. I mean, even though like Terry carried us. Like,
yeah, he really did. I was like, we about to be here like 2 hours. I was just, but I was waiting. The one thing was Terry leaves. I was waiting for Torin to be like, I was waiting for somebody to say, "Fuck it, let's just start putting them in." Yeah. Because when you put them in that way, it's disastrous. Like, so you just like if you miss it, like if you don't get it right, like it's gonna just be.
That's what I figured. It was probably like some Earth. It was gonna be some earth-shattering type shit. If we didn't miss, or we only had like 1 or 2 times to do it, and then like the crystals like disintegrate or something.
Yeah, all the groups would have like.
Oh man,
dude, it would have been fucking terrible.
What made you see it, Terry? What made
I mean, initially I was like, man, I feel like there's like maybe there's a shape to it, right? Like maybe the shape matters,
right?
And like we were like, oh, okay, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. And then, but really, I was just trying to find the connection between the two. Like I realized when we walked up to the podium, like, okay, we're probably supposed to do something with the stones, but I didn't connect that. I thought like the instructions were literally like marching orders.
Go over here, and that's what I was trying to share with you when you got that role. Because I know at D&D is hard because I'm explaining this thing that if it was a puzzle at a table, I could give you and you could see like, oh, here's the map, here's the thing, here's the thing. But
well, I mean, you gave us hints though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There was some.
You put like literally 1,
yep,
2, 3. You know what I mean? Like
I was,
and like I just didn't start drawing because I'm fucked up.
Fucking idiot.
I'm not doing
I'm
that.
like drawing like
fucking
like. Yeah, I just gave up. I drew a giant. You know, just. I gave up.
Like a sail.
Well,
because I was going through each.
Like, my initial thought was like, it's got to be like there's something about the shapes, and really like the way I saw the first initial shape, I was like, oh, this is like a dick and balls. Like why would that be a shape? Like that doesn't feel right.
Look at Eddie's drawings, bro. Like
that looks like a fat belly and some boobs.
No, and I have the proof because remember, like this, my first drawing was the wrong one. It was just that little stem coming down from the top.
Yeah, I like Mal too. He was just like, oh.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I didn't think you could draw like that, but all right, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you're following the direction.
And the crazy thing is that I said 8. Anyway, I was like,
you said 8 like multiple times, but you were so unsure of it.
If you go back and run the tape, you
say 8 multiple times. You describe it 8 multiple times and just keep going. And what's funny is that the rest of the party, nobody runs with it. Nobody goes, well, let's check to see if the other ones look like numbers. Everybody's like, okay, so what's next, Terry?
You were
That
carrying
shit was hilarious.
You're carrying the
All right,
fuck-
cool.
Oh,
It's
so
an 8.
good.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I'm gonna set up
Yeah.
the next situation and I'll be back. That was great. Oh,
All right.
I'm gonna fill up on water.
Holy
I'll be back.
shit. Man, I gotta eat some.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What you got, Terry?
Little pizza.
Nice. Domino's? Domino's?
It's a local spot. It's in Long Beach, actually.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. It's like so crazy, like what's happening in the story right now.
It's awesome, man. Like, seriously, the music
is spot on.
The spectacle that goes along with it, you know what I mean? Like, literally, as we're like thinking, like, he changes the music right at the cue, you know, it's awesome. I dig it.
Yeah, it's been
good job carrying that, man. Like, seriously. I know you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, does your back hurt?
Oh, shit.
I know I'm heavy.
Funny. Yeah, that was a fun little puzzle. Like, I'm typically not the puzzle guy either. Like, that's the weird thing.
No, you got it, man.
I'll take it.
Ron, we'll make sure I'll move back to LA, man.
Just missed our opportunity for what we were thinking in Idaho. And renting there is just about as expensive as renting here. So also coming back to family property, it's a easier transition to move to than something brand new. So
yeah, right on, man. Nice.
Yeah, but you know, the money we were able to save and the time being up there is what I'm actually putting into renovating here, and that'll allow us to have a newer feeling place, you know, more up to date, as well as that'll go in lieu of rent. So we'll still be able to save back up what we had from before. We're not really losing out. So
right on, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
We got a beer. Beer actually sounds pretty good.
this sad ass music. Everybody chewing to this sad ass music. It's so funny.
I was just thinking that I should have made myself some hot dogs. Man,
Hot dog.
that was a mistake. Well, I'll grab some later. It's music. I mean,
Guys have like a good
I
place down there in LA, you know, with like California style dogs. You know,
dude,
like
I'm plain Jane. I just want like maybe some onion and cheese, and then I'll put salsa on it. That's about it.
I mean, that's a fucking winner.
It is a winner. I'm pretty basic. So like the Dog Haas and all those other places, like I don't like putting all this weird stuff on it.
So basically, you make a hot dog taco.
I'm the complete opposite. I love hot dogs with all kind of
You know,
craziness on
I
my hot
am
dog.
just put some salsa on it, and I'm happy.
Salsa on the hot dog? Dang,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
It doesn't feel like that's weird.
That don't work for me.
Fucking weird.
Dude,
Yeah, that's all I do. I just
salsa?
yeah, just
I'm like, oh, too. I come from the same fucking family, and that's weird to me.
He's like, I like my ketchup crunchy, like some texture.
I like the old skin.
Oh, that's
Ketchup
like
bottle,
ketchup
I
with some
feel that
lime.
That's
some
disgusting.
salt.
I like my
What?
ketchup with texture.
man, y'all crazy. It's good.
I do baked
They're
beans
making
on
the
my,
ketchup. He's like, no, right there. Where don't cut them anymore. That's it. Put that- don't whip that to a paste. No. Just that's great. Oh man. As you can see, I get a little more tipsy when I play with you guys. I can't. Don't do.
I mean, I like hot dogs and beans.
Me too. That's
I like hot
baked
dogs.
I
beans
mean,
all
like, I
day.
even do like beans and like eggs, or like not. What am I saying? I do beans and eggs, but I mean like hot dogs and eggs. Like I'll cut up a hot dog, and I'll scramble eggs in it and shit, and then I'll put salsa on that, and that's the shit.
That's
That's
all.
not a hot dog.
My dad used to make
Weird.
eggs like that for us growing up. That was the way he made eggs. It was the most amazing thing of all time. It was so
I
good.
love that shit. I do all the time. Well, not all the time, but I do it sometimes, and I love it. Oh man.
Right.
Fucking boon, baby. I got a boon.
Some good
Yeah.
stuff going on here.
I'm inspired right now. Feeling good.
And so
If I'm inspired, what does that mean again?
what's that?
Prufix.
If I've got inspiration,
Oh, I gave you inspiration. So inspiration just allows you can only have one at a time. Allows you pretty much make a roll at advantage. Any roll, any save, I'm gonna cast an inspiration, and you just pretty much they allow you to mark one on your D&D Beyond sheet. Like when we were in person, I used to give out a coin. You turn that coin back into the DM. Your inspiration's gone. Yep.
right on.
All right, good stuff. Let's see. So we pick back up in the moment after with Zior holding these beautiful set of like this long sword of shears. It's, imagine this sword that has two blades that claps together when you swing, or can slightly be spread a bit more when you're depending on your fighting style. As it's starting to attune to you, you hear like Krufix in the wind as his little particles of stars start to put himself back together, and he goes, I knew you were the ones. You are quite capable. And he looks to Zior and says, do you see it? Can I have an advantage insight check?
Wait, just for Zior?
Just for Zior. Torin automatically sees it, but I'm having a moment here for Zior since he has the shield.
Like literally, I just rolled a nat 20.
Oh shit! Nice. Where the narrative comes together, like for sure.
Hearing the
Dude.
And so, in this moment, Zior, as you're looking at you start to as the wind is blowing, you start to see the little glimmer, the gold of strands attached to you, attached to everything that are moving in the wind. And as you hold the shears up, they begin to glimmer a bit too, even though they're silver. A little a light glimmer of gold runs down them, and for a second your eyes flicker, and you see in the distance like a bundle of hairs that you could not see before, that are heading southeast towards the cell of Croxa. And you and both you and Torin know them to be where Phoenix will release the first Titan.
Okay. So I'm like, having a moment with the shears, and like as I'm seeing what I'm seeing, all I can vocalize is Croxa. And then I say Phoenix is heading towards Croxa. What do we want to do?
As you're walking towards, because you guys are on kind of flat ground here, walking towards that direction, both you and Torin can kind of see. You ever play Dark Souls and sometimes you see those spirits move in your game and leave, or like you kind of see see Phoenix, a human-sized Phoenix, walking the path. But like he's see-through. He's like a ghost-like, shimmery.
I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I played it on Elden Ring. It's the same.
Oh yeah, same thing. It's the same thing in Elden Ring.
Yeah. It's like little people kind of ghostly walking by. It's like their essence, essentially. Yeah.
And suddenly the figure stops and turns back and appears to like look at you before disappearing. Only Torin and Zior saw that.
Why did we stop?
So I look at Torin, like
I look right back at you.
Like what the fuck just happened?
I do like a cat growl, like which means like fuck.
What's wrong, Torin?
Do not be afraid. It is just a residual image of the god. It is the bundle of strands telling you that this is the path he will take. You can cut him off from the path, force him in a new direction. Again, I don't see the future, but I know that if we can cut this path, he may take another. But it's worth it to at least try.
So Torin quickly relays to Zunis, we saw, what he's describing now. It was like a wisp. I don't know what I saw, frankly. So let's follow that direction. Is my recommendation. Zior, you saw the same thing I did.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should follow in that direction and try to cut off Phoenix or move him in a different direction to delay his plans.
And so you all begin to travel in that direction at what seems like an hour, briskly trying to keep the pace, jogging through cold. The air here is crisp. No particular odor lingers in the air other than just frigid air and crystallized water. Even though it would seem, part of you would think that the underworld would be this. I've heard stories of it being this dastardly place, but as you guys have settled in, it's as beautiful as some of the landscapes you've seen in the world above, if not more. And eventually you come to this grand rock, a mountain, and it takes a moment for you to realize that the mountain itself is the back of some large being. And it's at that moment that you realize you're not running on ground, but on frozen water, frozen ice. You're not in a lake bed, you're in an ocean, but it's frozen through and through. And you realize this Titan, you're seeing the iceberg of its spine, and just that, cresting over the top. And there, in front of it, is this strange arcane cogs and locks that are too large for any mortal to tamper with. I mean, the machine that has it kind of that's connected to its back, and writhing into the ground itself, is unlike anything you've ever seen, and it is so massive. But what is true is that bundle, that golden cord that Phoenix was following, is connected to it. I'll turn it over. What do you do?
What do you think, Torn?
I'm in awe.
Yeah, right, same.
Like, this is where we're meant to be. This is where we need to be right now. At this point, I have no doubt that we just need to press forward regardless of the consequence. So that's what I start to do.
Yeah, whether Torin vocalizes that or not to the party, I get that sense from him, and I feel, and that resonates with me. So I push forward as well.
Yeah, I think Zunis, I don't think we all say anything to each other at that moment. We just all kind of look at each other and just kind of understand what needs to be done.
And who will do it?
Sorry, you cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, and who will do it?
Oh, like head towards the lock.
Oh, what do you? I mean, if the lock itself is larger than any, like I said, any human. If anything, all there are is those bundle of golden strands that are attached to things that are attached into the lock, that are attached to almost like webbing, right? Like almost like they attach there and they spread out and they seem to cover it. And I think that everyone is. I would like to say that Yagos and Zunis are starting to see it in flickers, but for Torin and Zior, it's very clear.
Zunis just puts his hand on their shoulders, on both of them, as he can tell that they see something that he cannot.
And I mean, as much as I can, I try to convey to Zunis with as little talking as possible, just the enormity of the situation. And I think all of us just kind of look to Zior at this point with kind of an understanding of what's about to happen, or that the path is about to be revealed, or what's coming next will come.
Or with his shears of destiny.
Yeah. So I see that Zunis is, I feel him, reach out to me on the shoulder, and I can see that he really is trying to kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together. I can tell that the wheels are turning. And so I share with him, as well as Yagos, that like what Torin and I are seeing are basically Phoenix's tethering to this lock up ahead. And then I go on to say that I don't know if this is an opportunity for us to sever these ties, and what that means for the rest of the narrative. If it, I don't,
suddenly you see like attached to the bundle, you see a flourish, and you see Phoenix like a golden spectacle, a ghostly golden spectacle of him, specter of him, with walking along the cord running through his chest as he is approaching the giant mechanism.
And so at that moment, I start to. It's almost like, okay, I got to get to the top of this mount. I got to get to this lock and sever this cord. That's what I'm feeling instinctually.
And Torn nods, understanding Zior's intent just through, the shared experience and his body language. He understands what he's going to do, and he's a little torn, and this is in the moment, right? So before he like just completely nods his head or finishes nodding his head, he's like, is this the right move? Do we want Phoenix to come? Does he deserve? Are we fighting the inevitable? His fate is tied to this. Like the battle between my independent nature and the fact that fate is predetermined. Is just so against my core belief as a person that I'm completely torn. Like I want to feel like that's fate and we should do that, but at the same time, I can't help but feel a kinship to Phoenix. I can't help but understand his plight. His just utter confusion and anger at the fact that he doesn't know what he is, but that he's got this purpose that's drawing him to this, and he's just been consumed by it. So I resonate with that. I'm completely torn, but then I finish nodding my head as I give like very reluctant agreement, but it is agreement that is very clear to Zior.
And as that happens, the figure that's walking, it vanishes again. The same one you saw walking vanishes, and then now when it reappears, it's already at the lock, and it's already like, it's kind of like doing some kind of like ritual, and the ground is rumbling, but you're not feeling the rumble. You're seeing it. You're seeing the movement. You're seeing suddenly the creature begins to crack from the, again, Zior and Torin see the creature bursting its back, rising. And as it is rising, it looks, as the ground shudders, it is like standing at the precipice or standing 300 or 400 feet from a nuke going off, as it just, and the dust hits you, you feel yourself torn asunder, and then you realize you're standing there again, and Phoenix is walking.
Did this happen to everybody or just me? Like,
I would say everybody experienced that. Everybody.
Okay, so like now I'm fucking hightailing it.
So insight check for everyone.
Like at this
yeah,
point.
if you're hightailing it, then go ahead. Yeah. So actually, we'll go into you. Insight. Yeah, you're hightailing it. And what do you do?
Yeah, like after seeing that, like that feels like the last thing we want to happen in this moment. So I think at this point, like I don't even think it really matters where I cut the cord as long as it's in front of him. So
give me a attack roll, an advantage attack roll with your new shears, and roll damage, because just like anything else, you have to succeed the AC and the amount of damage to cut the shears. I mean, to cut the cord.
No!
It's terrible. It's bad.
No!
I've already rolled it. It's bad.
Oh,
it's bad. I rolled a 5.
Oh no!
And so,
wait. You said advantage, right? You rolled both?
You roll both.
I rolled a 3 the first time, and I rolled a 2.
Did you add your attack value to them?
Yeah, the +3.
No. +3 plus your attack value. So
so my attack is, hold on, give me a second.
Your attack with on a normal basis. So if he attacks with a +5, because a +3 magical weapon adds to your attack value.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? So both of those numbers would have added both. A +3 weapon would be kind of trash if all you ever did is just add.
That's fair. That's fair.
Hey, remember, remember a +1 weapon. If I'm a +5, I'm +6. So if I'm
it's actually, so I got it's a 10. It's still not impressive.
Okay. It's not impressive, but thankfully it is enough to hit something that is. It's enough to hit the AC of something that is inanimate. You were about to be struggling, but I still need now I need a damage roll.
Okay, so damage.
Now here's the thing: I treat this as a crit because it's not moving, so you get to roll double damage die. Remember. So here's the thing: It is a longsword. A longsword is what? What's your longsword damage?
It's 1d8 plus 4. So this is but
it's
my
1d8 plus 4, but it does 2, so it's 3d8. So it's 6d8 plus 4.
Hold on, I'm confused. Hold on.
Okay.
Because the shears do. Oh, it does an
the
extra.
Shears
2.
does an extra 2d8 damage.
Gotcha. Yep.
A longsword does 1d8, and then it's
I'm
a
with
crit,
you.
so it's 6d8. Yeah.
All right, let's roll it
Plus
out.
4, plus whatever your strength modifier is.
All right, so 11 is the first one.
Okay.
Somebody keep a track of this.
Yeah, go ahead.
6 is the second one.
17.
11 for number 3.
28.
10 for number 4.
38.
Wait, 10 for. Oh no. What do you wait? What at this point you're getting pretty high. What do you mean? You're rolling how many?
I'm rolling d8s.
Oh, you're rolling. How'd you get
It said 6 d8s.
No.
Right?
But you're rolling an 8 plus. You're adding 4 to each one.
Yeah.
No. You roll 6 d8s. You add them up and you add plus 4. Your modifier. Your modifier only adds 1 time. Even when you crit. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's always.
Check it out.
Yeah. I was like, this is getting pretty high. I was like,
58,
whatever.
110.
I was like, he's gonna fuck this guy up, and he's not even gonna know.
Okay, so but here's the thing.
It's still pretty good. It's good so far. I'm just remove all the
But I don't remember what I wrote.
I know what you wrote. I heard like, man, that's why I heard like you said like 8,
so there was
10.
there
So
was
I'm like,
there was an 11.
11.
at some point I had you over 20, and
So
I'm
there
like
were
20.
there were 2 11s and a 10. So that is
really
2 7s and a 6.
Hold on.
And a 6.
Hold on. If you were adding 4, we had
like
what?
14.
3. We had 4 times you.
And then I rolled a 2.
Minus 16.
So I rolled 2 7s,
22.
a 6, and a 2.
22.
Scratch it.
Exactly.
Give me new rolls. Give me new rolls.
No, it's 22.
But them rolls was good though.
Hold on. Listen.
Like, we talk about 2 7s. Man.
All right.
Come on now. What are we doing?
Go ahead. Hold on. Listen.
Come on, bro.
Here's the logic to it. We were at 38. And if you roll 4 times to get to 38,
so you take 4 times.
Take that.
Good.
Thank you.
You take 16 away, right? So
right.
Then,
exactly.
Was that
22. Okay, cool. So 2
that's
more rolls.
good logic, Ron. I'll go with that.
Cooler heads prevailed.
Ron saved y'all on that one. I was about to be like, man, fuck this shit. Roll those shits over.
Yo, this is a puzzles kind of night. There's lots of numbers throwing out tonight. God, all right, here we go.
I'm a numbers guy. Let's do it.
All right, so I just rolled a 1
for
number 5 and 3 for number 6.
Okay.
So that's 26.
So 29.
Yeah.
All right. And so you all see the shears are sharp. They begin to cut this bundle of. And what's funny is that at first it seems that Yagos and Zunis don't see what Zior cuts into, but then it becomes very clear as this sparkles to life. And you see him kind of like shearing into it over and over. That last effort there, it's like not cutting, and you can see that it's starting to fray as the bundle is tearing away. And Zior's doing this all by himself with these like large shears. Is there anything else you guys do to help and aid?
I scream out to Torin.
I grab his arm and just like kind of embrace him like the ghost, like in Ghost, just like behind him, not in like a weird sexual way, but just like
we're making a pot.
What are we doing?
I start caressing the shears.
No, it's the only thing I can think of that. Like,
I'm sorry, Eddie. Every time Eddie says something, I just take it there. I'm like, if you can't say like Ghost.
Yeah, man, you said like Ghost.
I'm
man.
sorry.
I went Swayze.
That's a bad analogy.
I was
Like,
Swayze.
It is a bad analogy.
Moore, man. I was like,
I'm sorry.
What the fuck are you doing?
He's Demi Moore. I'm Patrick Swayze. We're cutting the bundles together.
I just look back at the other two to support.
Gosh.
Lend me your your healing touch, and we.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going. Keep going.
Let's dig that hole.
I'm sorry. I just everyone, let's come together and help. Oops.
There we go. Oh God.
I don't know.
Each
I gotta
other
hear
out.
what
Oh,
we help
shit.
you with first.
Damn, bro.
You know what? On that, it severs. It's just, it's just. There's an explosion together between Zunis and Zior. As the tethering is undone,
Oh, Lord.
God.
bursts away into little particles of light, and Krufix stands, and I imagine there's this moment of just pure awe as he looks on. And
Oh God.
Wow.
Oh man, that was great. I need a Coke.
and he looks to Zunis and Zior, and he goes, you are a closer unit than I expected. This is truly important for champions. I chose wisely.
That's a little broke back.
The Titan stays in its shell. Nothing happens there. But then all of you begin to see this as the figure of what starts to materialize is like a reverse, almost like a rewinding form of Phoenix heading backwards. The same ghostly image that was marching toward is now backing up, but that figure seems to know something is wrong. And then a separate bundle of golden immediately appears to your left, like 100 feet away, and it seems to lasso out into the mist. And Krufix seems to be completely aware like something is happening as another form of Phoenix is moving off, like kind of floating off, and he goes, no, he is trying to form a new destiny. I don't even know if he knows it or if it's his subconscious. To the tethering. He is heading to the tethering. It is his next path. We must cut there. As you guys see that, what do you do?
I mean, for me, Krufix is the gospel, so
yeah,
I'm just following instructions at this point. That's how I feel.
And you guys are just kind of just trucking and running. I'd like to know, as they're going, like maybe what everyone is thinking, or what are they going to find here, or how are they preparing themselves for what's to come, maybe in their minds as they run towards.
I mean, I can kick this off by saying that I'm completely torn still.
Yeah.
Torn, not Torun, just to be clear. But yeah, man, like I'm still curious as to Phoenix's role in this. I feel like he wanted this to be opened, or maybe he was trying to stop it. I don't really know, but these Titans are going to they're an unknown quantity. And I feel like I'm pretty neutral on this. I'm just kind of like, shit, where's this going to go? And so like, I'm 100% with us, with our group, and I will fight to the death on either side of the coin, but I just don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what to expect, but I'm very interested.
Is this not for him getting his memory back?
No, I think this is for him. Like, he wants to start releasing the Titans because he has his memory. He knows. So like, we're basically we're going back and forth between.
That was our previous.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not quite in the same boat that Torrin's in. I'm more so thinking like, I'm not like how, like, this isn't a sustainable way for us to thwart his efforts, because it took us a lot of work and a lot of effort to cut this cord. And if it weren't for the soft caress of Zunis, it would not have happened. So I'm
sometimes
like,
you just need that, yeah, that extra little touch.
Yeah, I had to get one more in there. One more. But in all seriousness, like how long are we gonna have to do this? Like, there's got to be a better way and a more efficient way for us to thwart his efforts. Like, he is a god at the end of the day. So like,
or are we doing his job? Are we doing what he wants us to do? Is this a manipulation?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, when we realize that we don't, these people are old. They play the long game, man. They're dicks. They think of us as ants. They think that we can't see a bigger picture, and we have to think bigger. We have to think cosmically if we want to try even to understand them. And maybe they're unfathomable. Maybe I'm being arrogant, but I don't know.
My only hesitation is that, like, we do get a genuinely good feeling about Krufix. Like, why else would he have
He's the best for Theros. Yeah.
Like why else would he have brought us to that point? So that's the only reason why I feel a little bit better about this idea. And like, we all had that vision, like, when we didn't make it to cut those cords, and we started to kind of see like what that could have been. And that was just a little sneak peek. Like, I would hate for, I mean, obviously, like, I don't know. Yeah, I would hate for
okay,
Clovis to have to come through.
I see it as this. That was the beginning of a chain of events that we stopped. I think by stopping it, we started our own chain of events that we have to continue till the end. This is one of them. That was the point in which we started ours, what we have to continue to do to get there. So that stopped because the division, it was pretty much stop or cease to exist if it wasn't cut. So by cutting it, you started your own timeline of stuff we have to continue to do to get to going whatever point it is. At this point, I think we have to go to the next and keep cutting.
You know what?
We're keeping it from branching. We're keeping it from branching off into doing something that we don't want it to do. So we've got to continue to go forward and keep pruning it.
I'm going to recuse myself from this, boys. I literally am neutral on this. I could go with Zior, and I could go for Yagos' plan, but I feel good about. I do feel good about Krufix, but he has our best interests in mind. I feel like, but I don't know, Zunis.
So as because I imagine you guys are all having this conversation with each other as you're running.
Yeah.
And as you arrive to that open expanse towards the center of this large valley, hairs all on the ground, all of them tightly wound towards the center, cold snow stacked over them. You can see the bundle going forward, and before you can decide what to do next, you can tell that Krufix is in his humanoid form, where he doesn't really walk, he kind of floats. His shrouds just kind of flutter like a spectral image above the ground. And then suddenly something slams into him, his heart, boom, and he just shatters. He just, boom. Like, literally like he goes, Pac-Man, he goes, he evaporates as this giant. I don't think you've ever seen a blade as big if it slams into the ground, creating a crack that would be a crevice when the blade is pulled up. You all end up sliding as snow and dust go kicking up everywhere, and as the dust begins to clear, they hear this voice. How dare you come to my domain and attempt to change fate itself? If you can change it, then you will. If it's destined, then it will be. And so if you are those kind of champions, then face me. And as like kind of that mist whirls away across the horizon, she's just in the horizon. She's not in front of you. She's just like, it's just a god. It's just Clothis. And she's just like swinging in one hand these kind of tassel of hair bound. Her hair is attached to everything, and it's just got like this giant like blade on it. And she's just pulled it out of the ground, so this huge crack in the ground. And in the other hand, this huge staff, and her kind of like this her, you could see almost like as though she's blind. This garment covers her face. Come, let us dance. Roll initiative.
I don't want to.
What the fuck?
I don't think I want to.
I don't want to fight her. She's fucking huge.
That is 13 for me.
$15.
Uh, 12.
1 second here. So, oh shit! It already fills you guys in. Zior, what'd you get?
12.
12. All right. So Torin, if anybody can react first, it's you. It looks like it's just you and her, so I would say the order is what you guys rolled. So you guys know the order as it is Torin, then Zunis, Zior, and then Yagos. What do you do?
So I resign myself. You know, all of this.
Suddenly you hear Krufix say. Suddenly in your you hear Krufix like voice whisper across all of you, and he goes, "It is only my form she destroyed. Give me moments to weave my abilities to calm my sister. You must distract her for me."
Okay.
And when he says that, you get the feeling that you must hold your own for a certain amount of time.
Shit. Okay. Cool, man. See what I can do against that monstrosity. That all of this was outside, like panicked. There are always two sides to Torin: the calm, collected, logical, and the panicky, reactive. And that's a huge bitch. And I don't want to fight her, but I'll do it.
Suddenly, in front of you appear. Sorry. Where are they at? These
Giant
other
hair.
female figures begin to appear,
Okay.
and they're these pale bluish skin female. They look very similar to. I don't think you guys fought Lampids before. They appear to be Fae-like in their power. They seem to be the kind of creatures created divinely like gods. They have a bit of her gold coursing over the glyphs over their bluish skin, and they whip out these blades that when they whip, they look like whips, but then they the wrong word is erect. But when they become blades. But when they swing them, they kind of look like whips of light. So pretty much strands of Clothis hair wielded as blades. And they stand before you. When I change the camera here, you see, and they're just like all walking towards you.
Okay. So I let out, the biggest, loudest, most defiant roar I can muster within my being. And I jump out in front of the entire group and I glance at Zior as to say, keep moving, keep going, get this done. I'm going to distract, like he doesn't know that I'm going to distract them, but he just knows, like, fuck it, we got to go. And so I jump out and I just fucking roar. Just to draw their attention, get their aggro, piss them all off.
And it's not an ability that you're doing, you're just actually trying to intimidate, right? So,
I'm just trying to...
trying to persuade. Actually, if you're trying to draw their attention, it's more of a persuasion.
Well, persuasion...
Well, actually, Leonin, don't you have a roar ability?
Intimidation, I think, yeah. Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's I'll...
Daunting roar.
Mm-hmm.
Daunting roar.
Yep, that's happening right the fuck now. The goddamn daunting roar. Thank you, DM, for schooling my yet noob understanding of this game. But fucking
so what do I need to make? Do you know what I need to? Is it a?
It's a 13, DC 13. It is a Wisdom saving throw.
All right, they will all make that save.
Wisdom.
And if so, they cannot approach you, right? And they cannot... What is it? So they're frightened? What is it?
They frightened until the end of your next turn.
Ooh. So as you let off this roar, while they are created by gods, only one of them passes her. And the rest of them kind of shake. These two kind of freeze in their tracks. And when the roar goes out, and they pause, so these two are under fear, or under your, and that one is not until the next turn. As that uses your turn, with two of them being afraid, only one rushes forward. 30 feet. She will dash in to get close enough for the Lady of Destiny. Your destiny is to not exist at all. And she kind of whips these, and just, that's a dash. So she, by the time she gets to you, she's spent her turn. It is Duna's turn.
It's go time.
And also, as a legendary action, the ground crackles right here. As the hair a giant tornado of hair kind of whips itself up.
What the fuck?
Into the ground, and it's just spinning there, like the wind going around. It's literally just some of Clothes's white strands just whipping wildly.
All right, I'm gonna attack with my my trident here, and wait. Let's roll. Nope, never mind. The first hit is 17.
17
and
will hit.
And the second is a 15.
Both of those will hit. So you did we tried it?
My trident, yeah. So I came over.
Either side you want to be on?
Be on the left side.
Okay.
And
does the trident have reach or no?
The trident it has range, reach. Yeah, 20 to 60.
20, you're not throwing it though, right?
Yeah, I'm not throwing it.
No. Reach would be on your attack, on your melee attack. Sometimes if it had like a 10-foot reach, then you could stand away and not be locked in combat when you strike. I don't think it does, but
yeah, no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It does not. And then I'm going to spend one of my die as well. Actually, two of my die for both attacks. Precision strike. So I'll add my 5d d8.
Ooh, okay.
To my attack here. So that is... Oh, shit, I hit the wrong. That's right.
Trident damage, alright.
That's 9, 10,
ooh,
and 5d8. Hold on.
You're getting 5d8 damage?
Oh wait, sorry, 1d8 along with that, with each. So that's 9 and 10, and both were +2, so +4, so 11 and 12, 23 total damage.
Okay. An extra 4 damage, you said?
Yep.
Takes it. So as she's coming in to strike Torin with just, with no prejudice, just here comes that trident, and stabs into the side of her, and she
get away from him.
And she staggers back like and her her blades go limp for a second, turning into
damn right. It'll be your end, nymph.
This is when let me see where before we move from Zunis, which would be Zior, I will suddenly the blade strikes the ground, and it would be as Clothis is throwing out that blade she was spinning on her hair. Actually, no. Instead, she will spin she will do God's Hex. So she will hex. She will put a hex on Zunis and Torin, and it's unlike the regular hex. It's a 20-foot cube, and until the spell ends, anyone hexed by her, she deals an extra 1d6 necrotic damage whenever you're the target of any of her attacks, and she also puts disadvantage on any strength-based checks on those characters. As then we move to Zior.
Okay, so I have a question for you, DM. So I'm thinking about casting Pass Without a Trace, or Pass Without Trace, for the group, so that we're just in kind of almost in stealth mode.
Pass Without a Trace would work when you are traveling over the environment before you get into encounter. It would be very difficult to cast because, unlike everyone else, you can't just go invisible. Pass Without a Trace is because of your as a druid, your way of moving through the wilds keeps everyone off the beaten path, keeps them away from monsters. It doesn't quite work the same way here, right?
Okay.
You could cast it and have everyone try to hide, but like Torin said, this bitch is standing over the world looking down on you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. So I guess if I go into this little hex cone, am I gonna automatically be vexed, or
you would be hexed as well?
Okay, yeah. So then we're not gonna do that. There's no need for all of us to join that party.
Can I have an insight check from everyone?
Six.
Okay.
Well,
the wind around you is whipping.
Oh.
Yagos, this might be on you.
Oh!
20.
20? Wow. So with the wind whipping around you, with Clothis really pushing against her brother, you can only hear his words in breathy whispers. He says, I understand your fear. You cannot hurt my sister, but you can stun her, you can slow her down, steal her actions through your offense to her. So what he's saying, I think, what you're getting, Yagos, and everyone hears this, and you can share it to the party, yelling it out, but she can be attacked. Klothys can be attacked. At least that's what you get right now. And when she's hit, you know you can't kill her, but you know you can take away some of her agency over the situation. Whatever that may mean for right now.
Okay.
And you just finished your turn, right? Oh no, actually you didn't finish. You were just actually starting your turn.
Yeah, I was just starting my turn. So my initial thought is to maybe try and like cut some of her hair.
Okay.
That's my initial thought with the
shears. And where would you do that
at? That's where it gets a little tricky. Guess I could start with this tornado, maybe.
That is the most visceral, closest thing that looks like connected to her is her hair. Unless you were to fire shots at her in the distance. Which your bow and arrows could reasonably hit. She's such a large target.
Yeah, but my thought is like the retaliation part though.
Fair enough.
Like I don't want to draw too much attention to us. Although, I mean, if I chop up this tornado, like I'm sure it's gonna have a similar effect, I imagine. All right, let's do this for shits and giggles. Yeah, let's go after the tornado with the shears.
Okay, unfortunately, you're pretty far from it. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Because I know you can't see on my map, but this map does have a grid. That's 30 feet. So I will allow you to take that back because you would be able to judge yourself. So unless you dash, you're not going to get to it this turn for a melee attack. Fair. You could shoot at it here or here, but getting to it, you're going to have to dash. So I can.
Okay, why don't I do this? Why don't I? I'm gonna use my bow and arrow, and I'm actually gonna try and knock out this one creature that, or yeah, the one that's in the just to get that one off of their back.
Not bloody yet, but taking some pretty nasty hits.
Oh my god! Critical fail.
So as the hex is going up, the blast of green light, it is kind of distracting your shot as it flings into the mist. You don't hear it hit anything, you don't hear a cry, so you know she did not get hit. You can still move, you can still do something else, otherwise, I mean, if there's any bonus actions, otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to stay where I'm at right now, for now.
Okay. With that, Klothys, and down, like you see her from the distance. See her swing that, and that blade goes flinging down this way and slams into the ground towards Torin for a strike against him.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wow. No,
no.
I think this is good for you. I had a 14, which I know does not hit Torin, which means that she had a 14 on a critical fail. So just know how hard it is. So as you and Zior went on a critical fail, her blade, like, she miscalculates and it slams over here, and rocks and debris go flying like all over the place. Dex save from everyone, including my. So she goes prone. Dex save from both of you. I should have done Dex. I did strength, so you guys don't have disadvantage on this.
11.
All right, so you're prone. 14. You stay up, Zior. So you see Torin kind of gets shaken, but you guys take no damage. She literally just missed. The whole thing slammed into the ground on the other side. Nothing has happened here. We move to Ziagos, if I'm not mistaken.
How close am I to the strands of hair?
Yep, I'll take you back. You are about 60 feet. If you look here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yep, you're about 30, 35, 40, 45. You're about 45 feet. I don't know if that. I know you as a centaur. I don't know what your speed is, but I'm sure. I don't know if it's 45 if you're not like a monk.
Yeah, no, I'm right at 40.
So you'd be right outside of it.
Okay, so if I'm at 40 and something's at 50 and I can attack something within 5 feet, is that 5 feet I can attack them in?
If you could get to.
So like I say.
Oh, actually, yeah, because you're saying you're here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 puts you there. Within 5 feet, that is an attack. Yes, you can. Maybe I took a different route. Maybe I didn't put you back. Maybe I put you back 5 feet outside, but yeah, it looks like you can make it.
No, but I'm asking. Say something.
Yes, if something's within 5 feet, that's a normal melee attack. Okay. So if you have reach, some weapons have reach like 10 feet, then you can attack and you're not even within base-to-base contact with it.
Right. And if I'm not, hold on, I'm trying to get back to the options. All right. So I want to attack it with my flail. +1. Hit.
All right, go ahead.
12.
12. Let me check the AC on the. $12 does not hit, unfortunately. You feel close as it kind of shifts and moves back away from you as you swing. You do miss. Now remember, you guys are level 7. I know. I also forgot, Zunis. I know you took more than one attack, right?
I have one.
Zunis, okay. You have another attack. Yeah, you have another attack, Yagos.
So. There we go. 27.
Ooh, that hits. Go ahead and give me damage.
13.
13. So cutting through the wisps of hair. What weapon are you using?
Flail.
Flail. So he's kind of smashing into this hair that's whipping around. And you, it kind of rides back, and the whole tornado whips back into the ground and disappears. And you kind of pull back. Clothis kind of reaches back and whips her hair and slams it as she kind of goes back to a fighting stance. Yagos, that ends the first round as we were up on the top. Torin, you're on the ground. This Lampet is on the ground. Half your movement, of course, to stand up. Oh, is there something else that I missed, Ronnie?
I was gonna ask. Because I had moved so far, I get the hoof damage too. But I was gonna say, is there anything to do hoof damage too if it moves?
Honestly, your hoof damage, whatever it would have been carryover damage. It was good for that round. Because she doesn't have hit points like a traditional creature. So what it does, it pretty much took away her legendary action. A number of legendary actions.
I got you.
Which is why she didn't respond after you hit her. So you guys have gone through one round with Clothis. Round 2. Or 1/6, like all this moving in slow motion, 1 6 to 10 second moment as Torin is up.
All right. So, my thoughts. I think she's as distracted as she's going to be, and this is internal conversation between myself. So, the other characters don't quite realize it, but Torin sitting there like, okay, like I heard what Lovix had to say, and he wanted her distracted so that he could reincorporate. So hopefully that happens in time, because I don't know if we could win this fight more as just postpone us exhausting her or just being destroyed. So, I'm game for the for the battle, but I'm also curious as to who I should focus on. If I attack her,
you got a down baddie right in front of you. Of course, that you have advantage on. Otherwise, you would need because their hair's whipped away. You would need a range or any. What I will say, because of the way the god is so big, there's no range. I will say this for the same of metagaming, because we're so used to D&D. Because how big she is, there's no range on casting spells on her. Like, you cast a spell, it's gonna hit her, right? If it's gonna take effect, is a whole nother deal. But you guys don't need to worry about range to cast spells or to shoot at or anything like that. Yeah.
Well, I will say that I will likely do that as well. I do want that, but my question, I guess, is when we do attack and we do, affect her, because if we're going by magic, you know what I mean? Like, I would not be, and this is meta conversation, meta game, I'm sorry for this, if this ruins the way the game is going, but like, I would want to attack her, and this is just strategy, right? Like, I would want to attack her directly and fuck off with the small people, because if we're damaging her and she's losing her ability to do a legendary action, essentially we're exhausting her. And I think that would be the smartest way to do it. But at the same time, like, I don't understand the convention between Magic the Gathering and this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I'm cheating the game by doing that kind of shit and thinking that way, because
you're not. Like, what I'm asking you to do in D&D is to often what I'm asking you to do in D&D, and that's why I don't like the term meta sometimes, because it can force you to think that you're doing things wrong when you're actually kind of doing things right. Whereas it's okay to think like your character. Meta just wants you to not be like, okay, Malcolm is, this is going to be, okay, it's a time limit, so I've got 6 rounds, so because of that, I'm going to stay in this corner for, I don't know, meta is a little different when you're just choosing to do something based on what you know about the world. Like, if you know a weakness about Clothis because you play Magic the Gathering, and I saw you exploiting it, that would be meta. The way you're thinking right now, I think, is just the way Torin is thinking.
Okay. Right on. Okay.
Clothis told me I can hurt her, that can throw her off, I should try to do that. Now, how you do that, I don't know, because in this particular situation, you're not a long-range fighter. Her hair just went away. I don't know what Torin was.
Yeah, I mean, I'm dead set, honestly. I mean, guiding bolt, is that not a distance attack?
It is. That will work.
Yeah, so I mean, that's as I closed it, but that's like a full action though, correct? Like, I can't just. It is, yeah.
So dude, I'll take care of the one that's on the ground. Do what you gotta do. Yeah.
Well, you can't call that out, right? But like, I know you guys are gonna attack, but I'm just gonna fucking go. You know what I'm a close range fighter. That's gonna be the best damage. As I get closer, I'm gonna do something to try to distract her, but I want to fucking close distance. So that's what I'm doing. Metagame conversation. I'm sorry.
Make that spell attack, man.
Yeah, man. No, I'm not going to make a spell attack. I'm just going to fucking move.
Oh, you're moving?
Yeah. No. Just 100% running forward right now. And I hope that my teammates are like, that guy is not a dick.
What the fuck?
Where
are you going, Torin?
You don't know what the fuck I'm thinking. I'm just like, fuck it. I'm going in. And that's
Yagos goes off running. Do prone creatures get opportunity attack? I'm gonna say they don't. So you don't. Yeah, you're able to move away. As you're just charging through the snow, right? As you do that, Yagos, Torin, legendary action. She drops, like their hair springs up from that moment. And Torin is like caught up in it, and she's trying to prevent him from getting closer to her. It works a lot like a whirlwind spell, so anything within 10 feet, 30 feet high, caught in it, I need a dexterity saving throw from you.
$11.
That is unfortunately a fail. You will take 17 bludgeoning damage. And you start to see, as the rest of you start to see Torrin being like wrapped in the hair. He's trying to cut through. Torrin, you are restrained until this ends, and you are being pulled upwards by the strand. So everyone else sees you being wrapped up. You are restrained at the moment, and yeah, you took that damage. So that's it right now.
Bad call.
So your speed becomes 0. You can't benefit from bonus to speed. Attack rolls are... You can attack, though. Attack rolls are at disadvantage. So when you're restrained, you attack at disadvantage if you're trying to attack someone around you, or you have to spend your entire action to try to free yourself.
Shit. Okay.
We then move to the Lampet, who... The two that are... So, their fear over you, I imagine... So what I'm going to say, their fear lasts till when?
Till the end of his turn.
Okay.
So I think
so at the end of your turn. So they're like, ha ha! They're like laughing at Torrin as he gets wrapped up. They end up moving in. One of them moves in on. She stands up, and they will make attacks. So it looks like the first one will attack Zunis. He attacked twice with these whipping blades. The first one for a 19.
Come on!
Just him and going back and forth. And the second one being an 18.
Second one hits.
So the second was a 19 and 18. They both don't hit.
Oh, my bad. Both hit.
Like,
yeah. Only the second one hits.
That's crazy. Okay. So he will take 24 necrotic damage from that. The one that stopped short. Okay. So the one that rushes up to Yagos will attack. For 10, not gonna hit. Nothing. This one just rushes in, dashing to lock up Zior, and they are done. It is on Zunis right now.
All right. Oh, wrong button. Shit. My bad. That is a natural 20 for the first hit. Second hit is a dirty 20 on the one that's next to me.
All right, give me that damage.
So let's double. So that is 5. So that is 9. That is 18 for the first hit.
Wow.
The second hit is 5 plus my my die. That's a 1d8, and that is, come on, baby. All right, that's 17 damage for my second.
How do you do it? Overkill.
Yeah.
How do you kill it?
I use my trident and I kind of lop off the clawed arms, and then I grab both of her own claws and I just jam it.
Screams in pain, and as you slice off her arms, instead of blood spilling out, white strands begin to spilling out of her. Wow. And as she bursts into pieces, she ends up coiling into white strands from Clothis and going right back into the ground and disappearing.
Got it. That's it for me.
That's it.
Cool. It's on me.
But before you,
Clovis
will legendary action, and she will. She will strike the ground where Zunis is.
Looks like you have lice in your hair, goddess.
Talking bad noise.
Gosh!
Another critical fail. Let's go.
Wow.
Fuck you and your dirty ass hair.
Another 14.
Give me a dex save as more blasts of rock go up.
Yes.
That is unheard of. Like
17.
I should be hitting just on GP, and like I'm just this fate's on you guys' side right now because I haven't hit. These are devastating hits, and she's rolled a real life critical one and a D&D Beyond critical one. So somebody's on your side. What'd you get?
I just rolled a 21.
Well, no, it was the only person that would have taken the dex save would have been Zunis.
17.
You're good. You hold your ground. This raises some of the ground, changing the environment a bit. We move from Zunis to Zior.
All right. So I have. Okay. Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull out my my shears and gets to chopping.
Oh.
I can't believe that. 2 closest misses in a row.
Yep.
17.
That will hit.
So then it's gonna be. So it's 3d8 plus 4, correct?
Yes. Okay. Now here's the thing. What you normally want to do is tally though. I'll say for this game, tally them together. But you want to probably in the future say, Malcolm, because I may be resistant to force damage versus shear. So the shear damage is going to be slashing or slashing damage, and the force damage is going to be separate. The reason you want to roll them separate sometimes is because some creatures are resistant or immune to certain types of damage. But in this situation, they're not. So just roll them all together.
All right, cool.
But if you make a bad habit of rolling them all together, then there's gonna be moments where I'm gonna be like, no, you rolled all that damage, but that's not what you got.
Gotcha. So 3, 6, 9, so 13 damage.
Jeez, okay. Takes it. As you cut her, she staggers back, like slashing across like her belly. You see like the white strands kind of writhing out of her chest, almost like a teddy bear trying to like put the skin back together. And she looks and she goes, "The shears of destiny, but how? No mortal could wield them since Morai." Is that end your turn or anything else?
Yeah, it does end my turn. Can I roar at her? Not a daunting roar.
If you have a yeah, you can if you just roar.
But just a roar.
If daunting roar is a bonus action, then you can. So
no, it's not a bonus action. Okay. It's I just want to roar. just want to be loud for a second.
Dex save for Dagos as for my legendary action. She moves her hair whirlwind.
You said a deck save?
A deck. Yes, it's a deck save. What'd you get? 14? That's a fail. So you will take 14 bludgeoning damage. You are restrained as well. So pretty much I'll poach you guys up here. You and Yagos restrained, being pulled towards the top of the. Another thing that's happening here, as the hair is wrapping you up, as it bundles over your face, it's the same thing as drowning. in D&D. So if you know drowning rules, is that it has to take a lot to drown, but you can stay underwater or you can stay basically holding your breath. After 1 plus your con bonus minutes, which is a long time, probably won't happen. I'll say it's very unlikely that it happens, but just letting you know that that's also an extra condition that you're drowning. But after those moments, you go to 0 and you start making death saves because you pretty much have held your breath as long as you can hold it. So you guys have a number of minutes you can hold it, but also you're like, and I think everybody kind of sees their friends kind of slinking away into the bond of. But other than that, that's all she does for her legendary action. We move to Yagos, who is restrained right now. So you can either attack at disadvantage, or you can try to free yourself.
Attack at disadvantage or free myself.
Or try to free yourself. They're both.
I think I'll try to free myself.
Okay, you spend your action trying to do this. You have to pretty much give me you can give me a dexterity or a athletics check. You can choose to do strength to pull yourself or cut yourself out of this, whichever one you think is stronger. And you'll get out.
What you said? A what? Strength or what?
Or dexterity.
Oh, by the way, I hexed Eddie, and so when I gave Torin damage, I should have gave him an extra D6 because he was hexed. So Torin, give yourself 3 more damage.
Take that out the door. Jesus.
I don't want that damage.
I feel like you ever feel like when you play God of War, those fights where like the camera keeps changing. I feel like this is that game. It's like overhead right here, and then it goes back to like Clothis. And she's like
17.
Right. Especially like the Valkyrie fights, you're like the perspective changes so often. You're like, oh shit, where am I now?
This is like the screen where you're getting spawned by enemies, and then the boss comes back. Yeah. All right, what you
17.
got? 17 to free yourself. So close, but you're as he's fighting through, he leaves a tear that makes it easier the next time around. But he is still trapped on his turn. He will take another. $10 bludgeoning damage. As it continues, the bonds begin to squeeze in. That's not a legendary action. That's just at the end of your turn since you tried to escape. Holding on.
Wait, that was my turn though, right?
Yeah, your turn. At the end of your turn, you tried to escape. You didn't get out, so they tighten. We move to Yagos. Top of the round, Torin, you're up again.
So right now I'm bound.
You are bound.
And in relation to the other, is she the one that's right on top of me?
Which one? No. This is you and Yagos both are just caught up in her strands of hair, and then this is the one that got pushed to the side. She was fighting Yagos, but now she's just standing by.
And so literally I'm bound just right there in that big ball of hair.
You ready to do the same thing he did to try to free himself, which he's cut the strands so the DC has come down a bit, or you can just fight the strands with a disadvantaged attack.
I'm not gonna. Are my hands free?
When you're restrained, it's like when you're being grappled, you can still fight back. You just fight back. It's like you're trying to get leverage to get an attack in.
Yeah. So and
they are and they're not at the same time.
So guiding bolt is a spell, right? So like, if I'm bound,
I will allow.
I'm not doing like a physical action, but I'm doing a magical action. But I need my hands.
Right.
But if I'm casting a spell, can I still aim it?
If you were incapacitated, I would say no, but because I'm starting to get used to the D&D rules. But based on just restrained alone, you can still move your hands and you can still speak. So I will. Yes, you can get that in.
Okay. I mean, I assume it like disadvantage though, right? because like there's like fucking hair grabbing my hands, and so this isn't gonna be like.
Is it an attack roll for?
I mean, it is gonna be an attack roll. It's gonna be guiding bolt. So I mean, like, I don't know how you do that.
I'll give it to you regular. No disadvantage. Just
okay.
AC's pretty hot.
Here we go. 11. That's disappointing.
That's not gonna do it. Like,
yeah.
The guy slams into the hair, tearing some away, but not getting through enough to burn, to actually tear away the cords that literally keep all of Destiny together. And with her, so Clothis literally, she uses her legendary action to just kind of withdraw and just kind of step away and overlook the situation. Nobody feels anything, and she just kind of is like breathing, and like her hair is starting to kind of fray.
What the fuck?
I'll turn over to Torin, so that means the Lampids are up. The one that is fighting Zior will try to attack. Tries to reach out and touch him with a chill touch. It does hit for 25. Zior will take 13 necrotic damage and can't regain hit points until the start of the Lampid's next turn. She will then attack with her necrotic touch for 23. Gosh, and do another 5 damage. The one that is here will move in to attack Zunis. Same thing. She rushes her with her hand out, like a strand of her fingertips almost coming to strands to try to choke you. 11. She misses. She then strikes out her whip going into a blade for 17. Does that hit?
That hits. 17.
Yeah, it does. For 12 necrotic damage.
Fuck.
With the legendary. No, can't do a legendary action. Sorry. Zunis, you are up.
All right, so I'm gonna attack the. Well, I guess looks like there's one in front of me.
Yep.
So I'm going to my first attack using another die. Well, that's if I hit. Oh shit. Oh no, that's an 11. That does not hit. I will strike again. That's a 16. Does that hit?
16 does hit.
Okay. That's gonna be fort, and that is 10 plus. I'm gonna do a menacing attack. It's 10 plus 5, so 15 damage. Need to make a wisdom.
Is that 15 on top of the last damage you gave me?
No.
Okay, so 15 total.
It's
so
just
far.
15 total.
Just you slash into her violently. Okay.
Needs to make a. Let's see, what kind of saving throw is this? I think a wisdom saving throw, or otherwise be frightened. What is the amount?
She fails, and she staggers back and is terrified of you.
Yeah!
My
Lord,
gills they are
like...
strong. I smell Krufix.
Right.
She's stagged. She does not want anything to do with you.
I action surge, and I oh man, what am I gonna do? I'm just enraged. My gills are just flapping away. I charge back at the nymph, at the Lampard, and attack again for my action surge. That is a dirty 20.
That will hit.
I'm going to use another die. That is a 9 plus. Come on. Oh, 17.
17 damage?
Yep.
Nice. And is that it?
That's it. Yeah.
That should be it.
She is struggling, holding on for dear life, but still standing. As you lop off one of her arms, it goes flying,
Nice.
and she lets go as the hand falls. She lets go of one of the strands that was her blade as you disarmed her, and she just kind of literally is like backing away from you, holding the arm where it was. Amazing moment there. At this moment, Krufix pulls her whirlwind away, releasing her captives. But in such a violent fashion, she flings them in random directions. So and we should be on round 3. And Torin goes over here, and they will take. Can I get Constitution checks from both Yagos and Torin?
Nice.
20.
Ooh. So you will only take half of the damage? That you're just kind of being flung in all different directions as the hair disperses. Yagos, what'd you get?
You said a Constitution check?
A Constitution, yes. A Constitution save is what I should have said. Constitution save.
Okay.
You see how your body just takes... Because you're not really doing any kind of... You're not invoking any skill. You're just seeing if your body can take the just being thrown.
18.
Both of you pass. So both of you only take 8 bludgeoning damage and are prone. Who went last? Who did I just finish off on?
Zunis.
Zunis.
That was me.
Zior, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and try and finish off this Lampet in front of me with the shears.
So that's where the guys got thrown.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I just rolled a 16.
The hits.
I'm gonna do all of my damage together, so 3d8, so 4, 8, 16, so 20.
20. Also, I don't think you heard me. Did you hear me earlier, Terry? Between now and next game, you have several spells that you have not prepared. You have like 8 spells.
Yeah, but like I feel like every time I use a spell, it doesn't work.
You're a druid, bro. Like
I know
you are gonna have to start using your spells.
This I understand, but the times that I have used them,
right, they just don't.
It's like, what the fuck for?
You got to maybe look at what spells to load out because you got some you got some good spells.
So I know I've been looking at them, and like a lot of them are like, meh.
You kill that one. Lampet is down. And fine, for this battle, maybe you don't need them. I'm just making sure you have it. I saw that you hadn't even prepared, like you hadn't even chosen them. So you had chosen like 3 spells, but because you're level 7, you have like access to like 10, like a total of like 8 or 9.
No, I have a bunch. I have all of my spells. Like,
okay,
they're all queued up. I just haven't used them. Like I used them in our last session, but I just haven't used them this time around yet.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Yeah.
All right, as that goes off, she will throw the hammer down on on Torin being downed.
Mhm.
Next, she's swinging her, and she's gonna go for advantage because they're prone. It's crazy. 21 Torin to hit. And
21 to hit? Yeah,
Yes.
that hits.
$30 points of piercing damage.
Oh, shit.
Or
Damn.
force damage slamming into that area.
Sweet Jesus.
As this is all destroyed, leaving like mangled rock.
I'm at 2. Oh,
Fuck.
man.
We are on.
I'm going to heal myself. Fuck y'all.
We're on Yagos, right?
Wait, what's on the
rock, You're on
field?
that rock prone.
Is it just the
Yagos.
Lampid?
There's a Lampid here that's fighting, and then of course there is also your other target, which if you were to think is her. So yeah.
Wait, you said it's her.
I mean, you got two targets. You got either Clothis, or you got the Lampit, or you try to talk to. I don't know what else to try to do, but those are your two combat targets: is Clothis and the Lampit.
Okay.
Davos, what's your health at, man? I just want to ask real fast.
Go ahead.
What's your health at, man?
And you guys have made it to it's round 3, so you don't know how.
We don't know.
I will
Yeah.
say, give me a insight check all around.
16.
Okay.
12 for me. Man. I blew all my insight in the first couple rolls.
Yeah.
21.
Yagos? 21. Yagos, you know that you guys just need to survive 2 more rounds. You need to get to round 5. And in addition, you can hear like Krufix whispering because he's trying to like reincorporate and he's trying to protect you. In addition to that, is if any wounds against her steal her abilities. So that's something to think about.
Wait, say that again?
Which I've talked about earlier, any scores against her steal her legendary actions, which means that she can act less. Legendary actions always happen after you act. So
Yeah.
right now, no one's really hit her. So every time you guys do something, she gets to do something. And the last time she was hit was you on the end of a round, which stole a little bit from the top of the round. So something to think about in your actions if you're trying to limit her from devastating you.
Right. Okay, where is she compared to what? I can't see.
She's on the horizon. Do you not? You can pin that screen. She is not a miniature. She literally is the background.
Gotcha.
When she's the back.
I just want to say, I'm sorry to interject. That's fucked up, but I love it.
Like, so if her miniature's not on the board, you can cast a spell, you can throw something. Otherwise, you're kind of screwed that way. So yes, you fighters, it doesn't help you as much to think about it that way. But if you got any kind of range, that could help if you can hit her. Because I'm not limiting your range because you're in a metaphysical world where it doesn't matter. When you fire an arrow in the underworld, it's going to travel right as far as it needs to.
Gotcha.
At least that's the way I'm treating it right now. It's like in this space. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey Mal, I mean, maybe I should talk. Maybe we should talk about this when it's my turn. But
I'm listening.
do we know, like, is Clothis? Is she neutral? Is she like? Do we know like what her? Is that a history check of some sort?
You can give me a history check. I'll say it's a difficult one because I don't expect you to all know Clothis very well. But maybe you know what you've been taught, or what you've been told, or what you've heard. So yeah, go ahead and give me one.
All right. I'm actually not gonna do anything. I'm gonna heal myself this round.
Will you stand up?
Yes.
That's probably important.
Oh yeah.
I know it's 10:16. We're closing out the game soon. I've had my beer. I gotta pee real quick. This is such a good fight, though.
I love it.
Yeah, it's like sometimes I usually try to hold it. Gotta go, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna be very, very quick. Oh, and so you're healing. So I'll give you a chance to heal, and I'll count this as not a break, but just a moment for you guys to like yell to each other, talk to each other, kind of role play, meta what you're gonna do, man.
That's the DM pee break rule.
Yeah, when the DM's away, the players.
That's the penalty. You can't pee.
All right.
There's no pee.
So my thought is, go ahead. Zunis.
I was gonna. I mean, the Lampert is frightened from me, so I can either strike with my first, attack. Then I got my longbow. I'm gonna shoot my longbow at. So I could maybe do both. I mean, I could do two longbow shots actually at the goddess, considering that the creature in front of me is frightened.
Yeah,
or just one and one.
No. I think you should go for Clothis as with one of your actions.
Okay.
And then if you don't kill the Lampet or whatever, then I can probably come behind you. If you do, I have a couple of options.
Yeah.
I have she'll still be frightened
from me. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's like till the end of the turn, but yeah. So. But yeah, that can work.
So I have a couple of options. So I can.
I got a question real quick.
What's up?
If I get 2 attacks and I use one of my attacks or one of my actions and don't use an attack, don't I still get a second attack? Isn't it I can only use one action by healing myself?
That's a question for the DM.
I thought so.
What's the question? Let's do it. I'm back. What happened?
Oh, okay. So you know how I get 2 attacks, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that considered 2 separate actions?
No. Whenever you're at, so it's different classes like fighters and paladins have multiple attacks. Mm-hmm. As you get up in level, you have multiple attacks. Those are not multiple actions. So, gotcha. For example, you cannot go and use one action to cast a spell and then go and use another action to attack. When you attack, you get 2 attacks. When you cast a spell, you use that whole action to cast a spell. Gotcha. It's like a fighter throwing a flurry of blows or punching 8 times within 6 seconds, or the guy that has to mumble and cast a spell. They both take the same amount of time.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I think we're still on. So Yagos, are we ending your turn?
Yes, I'm healing myself and
then so that in your ends the.
Yeah, that ended it.
Okay. So as we're starting the top of the 4th turn, I will say before we do that.
Oh, my history check.
Oh yes, what'd you get?
I rolled a 12.
She will try to strike at Zior. Actually, she already used that attack, so she can't. She's already hexed. I think you might be lucky. She pulls out her hair against the whip and smashes out of the ground there. What'd you get on your history?
12.
All right. And what you were trying to see? So what you know about Clothis, I'll say with a 12, it's not a great roll, but it's not a bad roll. Most people will believe Clothis to be neutral in all things. what neutral means is that it depends on the way Clothis sees the situation that you are looking at. She's probably not going to, at least from what you know, she's probably not going to approach it from a good or a bad perspective. She's going to approach it from what is destiny. That's all I can share.
Okay.
So as her hair bursts from the ground, suddenly Krufus is like, I'm almost there. And then he goes, and this is what I can give you for now. Only a bit. And there's a kind of a swirling bit of light, and it flashes next to Torin, who is downed over there.
Oh, shit.
And what you see is a figure appear. Finally, I'm here. It's Thanos. He kind of like arrives, like as the Knicks kind of roll off of him, and he's like, "I thought you had left me last." And then he doesn't have time to like really tell you what's happened, but he comes in with like a fury. He seems a bit shocked, but he's like ready to fight. So Thanos is in this fight. Remember, that was the captain. Nobody's even brought him up, but we left him
at the bar.
Yes.
No, you didn't leave him at the bar.
We left him in the tomb.
With you. You left him in the tomb.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we boned out on my man.
Sorry, bro.
No worries. So of the round here, Torin, you're up.
Man, I'm gonna
and Torin, because what he does is he spends his time helping you up, so you don't have to spend half of your movement standing up.
Thanos, you son of a bitch. That's all I say. And there should be like saxophone playing. So yeah, I'm gonna cure my own fucking wounds here.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Cure wounds. 12. I'll heal myself for 12.
Nice.
Oh, not 120.
All right.
All right, round. Done.
So suddenly, for a roll of 32, strands begin to lash out and grab everyone, like wrapping around your neck. They're all coming off of Clothis. She's not even moving. She's angrily, like, kind of like pulling back, and then begin to. You all immediately move 10 feet forward towards her. This is your end. Fate, your destiny is to be rewritten, is to be erased from history for your blasphemy. And she's kind of like just pulling you forward. And the strands seem to kind of like burn like fire. Constitution saves?
Come on. All right.
Ooh,
18.
19.
Nice.
20. We counted up. That was like.
Yeah, Yagos.
20.
Nice.
20.
Wow.
21.
You all take only 15 fire damage, or 15 radiant damage, instead of 30.
Wow.
No, I am down.
Oh shit, Zunas.
I am exactly at 0.
Zunas collapses. You can see that the female Lampet is slowly walking in a very sultry way, pulling out her blades to like cut him down while he is down.
Oh no.
Torin, that was her legendary action. Oh my god, that's the Lampet. The Lampet will walk over, and she will strike down with advantage onto Zunas. So she drives the blade into him. Zunis, you begin to see your entire life. But it's the strangest thing. You're not seeing your life. You're also seeing all the lives you could have had. You saw the date you could have gone on with the teeth, like with the satyr at the bar. You're seeing things you've never done. You remember the time you were a kid where you fell into the river, but this time you didn't fall into the river, and it is painful, but it is also like freeing as you feel yourself fraying. That is 2 auto death save fails. So he is 1 death save away from death.
Oh my god.
This just got real, guys.
Oh my god, yo.
And you guys on 4, you need to get to 5, and Zunis.
Okay.
So that's it. She's made her legendary action. So at this point, it leaves it. That's only 1 Lampet alive. It's on. Actually, it's on THEROS. Because he had a initiative of 13. Who wants to roll? Who wants to fight for him?
I'll fight for him.
Did I take that damage too, or was that just Zunis?
Oh no, everybody took. Oh no, everyone took 15 damage.
Oh, so I'm dead too. Yeah.
Oh, you're down 2.
Yeah.
Oh
man.
shit.
I was at 12. So I'm fucked. Also, I was just like, oh no.
All right, so I guess I'll roll for Othanos.
So Othanos, I'll tell you this: Othanos does have a healing potion on his person, so he probably will lean over. It probably makes sense for him to put. So he will feed that. He will wait. He will spend that turn. Somebody give me a 2d4 plus 2. That's how much. That's how we put Torin back on his feet or wake him up. That's how many hit points he gets back. And then we move to... She has made her legendary, so we would move... Zunis would make a death save, and then we move to Zior.
Alright.
Shit.
So Zior is...
No, I gotta make a death save, dude.
Yeah, he's oh no! This could be it, huh? Well, here's the thing. Zunis, you know... I'm just gonna say this.
It's alright, dude.
No, Zunis! Before you make this roll...
Okay.
Just think Metal Gear Solid. Is there anything you got? Otherwise, make your roll. I'm not gonna feed it to you, but I'm gonna just...
Apparently there's something you got, bro.
I'm gonna use my boon from Crufix.
It would probably be an appropriate time to use it.
And to say his name right.
I'm gonna use the boon from that one god. That one guy, like, I've been kicking it with.
Hey, Crucifix, can I, got a favor to ask,
All right.
Man. I was so nervous. I didn't know what it was.
Oh my god, that boon was for a multitude of things. But this seems like the most appropriate.
This feels right.
Yeah.
This feels
fucking
right.
hell.
I'm still gonna make you make a roll because the intensity is here. But I am going to, which is unheard of in D&D, reduce the DC needed for a death save, and you will get advantage.
Okay.
All right. So you know it's normally 10. It's you now know it's lower, and you got advantage.
Okay. First roll is a natural 20.
Oh! Krupik's really on you guys' side tonight. Krupik is.
Let's go.
Oh Lord.
Oh my god. It's so nerve-wracking, yo.
So there's this like burst, and as like all the strands are like consuming you, suddenly there's this burst of stars. And with a nat 20, you're just standing. I mean, what do you look like, Zunis, in your most like anime pose? You look Nyxborn. What I'm saying is that wherever there's a shadow on your body, you see the stars kind of rolling through it. Kind of like
I have my my arms up, and my trident is kind of flowing around me with like kind of the rocks of the ground, just kind of rotating with it.
Nice.
As it kind of slowly come up.
Oh shit, that's awesome. I can't believe that's
from the depths of the sea, he's risen. Jeez.
Oh man, so you're like stand up throwing the Lampet is shocked. She's so shocked. She's stuck there, and as she's stuck, camera pans over, and there's Zior, You do.
So I'm actually gonna shoot at Clothis. So I'm gonna shoot my bow and arrow.
Magic +1 from Nylea.
It is not good, but you know, whatever. 10.
You just see it soar into the distance and just disappear, like, because you know when things like a mountain is in the distance, it looks it looks close, but it looks faded, right? So you just see you don't even see it drop, you just see it kind of disappear. You don't see it hit her. You just she doesn't even acknowledge it. It does not hit. Is there anything else you want to? I don't know if you have another attack or you want to move or.
I do not.
With that moment, everyone give me another con save as she tries to pull you in again. This one is not as strong as the last one, as you're defying her, but she's giving everything she's got. So the DC to the con save is not actually. You can choose con at this point. If you're up and you're on your feet, you can also use strength or dexterity.
13. I threw it 13.
Dirty 20.
Okay. And so, what'd you get, Yagos?
17.
And actually, Zunis, you do not have to make a roll because you broke the strands when you woke up. Like, okay. So, I hope it's not enough to put you back down, but Thorin will take some damage. We'll take 7. You are on mute.
I'm already on the ground. So like
no, but you
got healed.
I gave you healing, so I don't know who rolled the healing for you.
Yeah, it was like 2D something.
Somebody was supposed to roll 2d6, 2d4 plus 2 is a healing potion.
Oh,
and that was supposed to be given back to you. So
I'll roll it. I can roll it.
Yeah. So
you said 2d4.
2d4 plus 2.
So 3.
So if it's more than 7, he's still on his feet.
Well, actually, yeah, you got 9, dude.
Oh, so you are hanging on there. We're trying to get to the end of the 5th round. We're on 4 here, and we just passed. So Zior just made his attack. She just did her legendary. Yagos. First time facing a god.
I'm feeling we're gonna face other gods, but like I don't want to.
Yeah, this is the beginning. Like it's like
motherfuckers are scary. I don't want to fight my boy Keranos. I'm gonna feel like that's just like I don't know. Feel like I'm going against myself. I don't look forward to any of that.
How dare you tamper with destiny, Krufix, you fool! Brother, you know better. If the Titans are meant to rise, then so be it. If these are the champions you say they are, I do see why you have put your faith in them.
How close am I to Thorin?
To Thorin, you are about 30 feet away. Easy crossover real quick to get you.
Okay. I am going to... Let's see. I'm going to heal him by 15.
Kill the nymph.
All right, healed him by 15. So as you heal him, suddenly, her hair goes to move to capture our boy Zeor. Give me a dex save.
Uh, 12.
Right. For you are trapped.
Oh no.
You take 24 bludgeoning damage.
I'm down. I'm like negative.
I didn't even know had you been. Oh, who'd you get hit by?
What you mean? I've been catching all this collateral. Fuck you. Yeah, I've been catching collats. Lots of collateral.
So as he's being wrapped up, top of the 5th round here, he's down and he's being enveloped. This is it. You know it's the last round because you were told it. You know that Krufix is almost there. Torin, what do you do?
I mean, I'm gonna attack that other hairy bitch. Sorry, but I'm gonna attack. You know, I'm changing my tactic here. You know, instead of
what you're doing?
Instead of attacking her directly, you know, maybe an attack on these little creatures is going to be a direct attack indirectly. Yeah.
You're doing this one, or are you doing the? Because here's the thing, your boy's
still in the tornado.
Yep, he's in the tornado, and he's down. So remember, if he's down and it attacks on its turn, he's going to take 2 death saves, just like Torin, and he's not going to have the boon of.
Yep. Okay.
Something to think about. Just
save your bro.
Yep. All right. Who's down right now?
It's he's in the tornado.
You're getting a healing spell, my man. Because
you're just gonna heal him through the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
That's possible. You can do it. You can do it. Yep. So you're just here and your healing spell. What is there? What's the? Wait. What healing spell is it? Is it healing word?
No, cure wounds level 2.
Cure wounds needs a touch, and her thing wraps them up and lifts them off the ground.
Oh no!
So you gotta attack it.
Oh no!
You can use an inspiration to try to
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Because remember, you have to hit it to release him for it to Yeah,
I'm gonna do exactly that. I'm gonna use my inspiration to
release him.
Air.
I do not want. Oh my god! I don't want to see another Terry character die.
Get him out! Get him out!
Right.
Oh boy.
So. What do you roll?
For what?
No, you rolling the attack. Are you going to attack the strands that have him connected?
To get
I thought
Jor out.
Oh no, I was saying if you can't actually touch him for cure wound, but you can attack. This is a thing.
I thought I was just doing like a struggle, and I thought you were.
Oh no! You can attack. You get 2 attacks, and you can use your inspiration from one of those attacks to get advantage on the roll. So technically, I think you got 3 d20s to roll this round.
I mean, I'll do that. I just thought I was completely wrapped up, and I couldn't.
Oh no, you're not wrapped up in anything because you got freed a long time ago.
No, right
he's
on.
now wrapped. He's now in your position.
Okay, well here we go. Using my longsword. Fuck it.
It's a plus 1 weapon. It's a plus 1 weapon. It's magic.
19.
That will hit.
All right.
Give me the damage.
1d10 slashing. 7 damage.
Takes the 7. Drops the spell. The hair releases. Loses a legendary action, meaning she can't respond right now. Major win there. He's on the ground. Still needs to make death saves at this point, but
So, I mean, can I still? I mean, I'll hold that original cure wounds. Roll.
you can't hold because you've already committed to the attack. You can hold it for next turn, but you can't cure wounds anymore. This is what Ron was acting before. Is when you can make 2 attacks, the one attack is your action. so you can't commit to anything more than. Now, what you can do is move over here
That's what the
and
inspiration.
attack. You can move over here and
thought I had,
attack
like, 2 movements.
this chick over here, because as long as you have movement left, you can continue your attacks.
Yeah, man.
Continue the attack.
Continue.
Yeah, that's
Attack.
fair. Because you only went 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 puts you here, and then you attack her.
Well, then I will.
him.
Yep. So I do another attack. 20, baby.
Yes.
That hits.
And then I'm gonna
Finish.
do. Shit. Just 3.
3 damage.
Yep.
She takes another strike, and she's still holding on, but starts to realize she's conversion on all sides. She looks to her god. Clothis seems a bit bewildered by the entire moment here and does nothing. And for the first time, this little being, the Lampet, looks up to her and sees nothing happen and is a bit shook as we move to Zunis.
So what? So with the boon and the.
So your boon has gone off. You're up now. Your boon is gone. So
right, my health is.
Your health is It's still wherever it's at right now. Yeah. Wait. Oh no, because I put you.
I was down.
You were down, so I didn't give you any health. Right. We put you back on your feet. You would be. That's a good call. You would technically be 1 hit point. But why don't you give me what's the amount of hit points that would come from a mass cure wound, even though it would not go to multiple people? It would be. Give me 1 second. So I'm gonna have you go ahead and roll. For the second time. Shit, what am I thinking? Give me 6d6, and that's what you're gonna get back.
Nice. That is 15. We'll take it.
All right, it's your turn.
All right. I come down from kind of that moment as I grab onto my trident, and your goddess has forsaken you, and I reach to attack with my trident.
Go for it.
First attack is a 24. Second attack is a 22.
Hits.
And damage for the first is 9. Damage for the second is 9. So 18 total damage.
And while you don't kill her, like she swings her like black wispy hair, which each blow she staggers back with like strands spilling out. She drops to her knees, and she just kind of lets go of the strands that were creating the blades, and those clawed blue hands look up at you, and you realize that every one of them, their hair all black draped over their like naked bodies, the blue skin, that they all, like Clothis, have been wearing the like kind of white strands across their face. She looks up, blinded, like acknowledging. So even though while she's not dead, she has submitted. And Zuna stands there defiantly. Again, you get no response from Krufik. Now Clothis just seems to be watching you all. Zior. She seems to be kind of, like I said, bewildered, kind of like moving her head back and forward, like.
All right, death save number 1. Not good. It's a 2.
Oof, that's a failure. Yagos.
Do not challenge fate.
Is there anything I can do to help him on the ground?
So here's the thing. Something you can do is a medicine check. You're not proficient in medicine. You can still make it, and you can stabilize him from making death saves. It is possible. It's a medicine check, and if you pass it, he's stabilized. Now, unlike I think the book, it makes a medicine check is the same thing as the DC's like 10. I make them a lot higher. So to try a medicine check would be extremely difficult. It's like finding someone shot multiple times and trying to just be a doctor.
I'm proficient in it.
Okay. So here's the thing, Ron. You gotta remember, you are a paladin, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have not only do you have cure wounds and spell slots, and you've taken a long rest. You also have healing points. You have like 25 healing points that you can just literally touch him and inject in him. Fuck medicine checks. You're a paladin.
I gave away all the points already.
When did you give them away?
I gave them with the Torin.
Wait, but you guys had a long rest, remember? So how many did you give Torin? You gave him 25?
No, I gave him 15.
You gave him 15.
He only used one spell on me. So Ron,
no.
Still got
Healing
wasn't even a spell.
Lay on hands isn't a spell. It's just an action to lay on hands and to give them an amount of hit points that you have available for that time. So you, at level 7, I'm looking at your character sheet right now, Ron, you have features, you should have 35. So unless you gave away 35, that would mean Torin would be at, you know what I'm saying, 35 hit points. So you gotta start, you can check them there on the lay on hands. Sorry, yeah, you have 35 healing points. And so what you can do is on your character sheet, you can knock off how many you spent, so it looks like you haven't touched them here. I know you said you gave some, so you gotta start using that on your D&D Beyond sheet. But I imagine you didn't use 35 hit points. So even if you gave him 1, he's on his feet.
Oh, okay. Well then,
this is where I just want you guys to start. Just sit on the toilet and read your character sheets. Like, just download D&D Beyond on an app. Just take a shit and just look at your character sheet. Just read the shit. You know, like that's all you gotta do. Just once every blue moon. Because then when you guys are high and drunk, it will help you.
Yeah, man, that is true. It's hard to do that, though.
I want you guys to know, I spend hours coming up with these stories for y'all. I just want y'all to know your characters. just know your characters.
No, I didn't know.
I'm giving you shit. I know. I'm giving everybody shit. You're good, Ron. But I think he's good, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So no, I had no idea the lay on hands would bring somebody out from death saving. Sorry.
Oh no, your lay on hands are like you got 35 hit points every long rest that you could just literally you take some hit points. As long as you can touch them, you can bring them back. It's like it's your divine power that you have. And then if you don't have that, then you can resort to your spell slots, which you have. Four cure wounds at level 1, and then you got 4. I don't think you have any at level, but you got 4 cure wounds. So now, there's no reason for anybody to die, Ron, because like between you and Torin, you guys are healing machine.
No. I think I have 3 slots of cure wounds at level 2, and 4 at level 1.
Yep, you got 3 at level 2 and 4 at level 1. So 8 slots of cure wounds right now.
All right, well, I'm gonna give him.
So heal my man.
I'm gonna give him 20.
Heal him.
I'm gonna give him 20, and that's the end of it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go on a rant. I just want to make sure you know what you have. So that you don't feel, because then that also won't make every combat feel so desperate, because then you won't feel like, fuck, why is Malcolm fucking us over? Because I'm building these combats because I know you have what you need. Should be able to overcome, right? Like,
should.
All right,
the operative word.
Okay, so Taylor, you've got 20 now.
All right, bet. Awesome, thank you.
My bad. Hopefully I don't sound like
Appreciate
a bad teacher. I'm just trying to
No. I for some reason, I was under the impression they had to be at like 0 and not on death saving throws. Okay.
Yeah. And you got cure wounds, so I mean, even if you just cast a spell slot, he's up. You know?
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
So if you just dump all your 35 into him, that'll do it.
No. I gave Torin 15 earlier, so I gave him 20.
20. Okay. So as he rises and the Lampet is submitting, there's a moment where you realize, standing before this god, that Clothis should be... Oh, Thanos is looking at you all like, what happens next? And she doesn't react. And in that moment, because she doesn't react, you all get the feeling that she has kind of changed her countenance. And suddenly, I guess I'll turn it over to you all. Is there anything that you... If there's a moment to say anything to the god, it's here.
I don't. Yeah, go ahead.
No. Go to
no, Zunis, please go.
The nymphets that's kind of kneeling before me. I just say, go back to your goddess, be a part of her strands, and whisper in her ear that we are champions, and we will follow through with the fate laid before us.
She's kind of like holding her, kind of like her strand like guts.
She has not forsaken you. Go.
She hasn't. For I am her and she is me. And she just kind of like bursts into strands, and those strands drag themselves to the ground, resume, all kind of like collecting themselves into the goddess that is Clothis. And then suddenly behind you, you feel the blanketed comfort of the Nyx, or of the stars, as behind you, Krufix has reformed, but in a very grand formation, the size of his sister. Brother, what is the meaning of this? You know what? No, you don't speak. Let me hear it from your pawns. I should have felt them in my hair moving. Silly me. I was distracted. Anybody? My strands do not...
Tor, you gonna say something, Tor?
Yeah.
I don't know what to do, man.
Krufix begins to...
I don't know what to do. This is a lot for me.
Krufix begins to speak. Sister, listen. It was us in the beginning. It was you and I. And yes, I know that you have always believed that the Titans would rise again. I know it is in your order to let chaos be. But believe me, I am seeing something much worse in my visions. And these mortals are helping me keep Phoenix from it. And he goes, that little wisp in your hair, that one wisp, and it begins to glow. All of you can see this. And that glow is tethered, kind of like wrinkling in the wind, and down where you are, it's a giant bundle. And where you can see it, you can see that glow of Phoenix slowly moving towards it. Forgive them, because I make this choice. I asked them to do this. To just take a strand of your hair. A strand of destiny. To save all of Theros and beyond. What will it be? And she looks at her brother, she's quiet. discerns. I want to hear what they have to say. I want to make sure they are not just puppets.
Goddess, we come before you as maybe not as pawns, but as curious investigators. We want to see where what you're calling fate, what you're calling destiny is before us. We mean you no harm, so we hope you understand that by the presence of your brother and the fact that he hasn't attacked you directly. He left that to us before he was able to present himself. So understand that we do not wish you harm or death. We just want an answer to the question, why are we here? You provide us that.
You're asking her, why are you here?
Yes.
You are smart as you understand, Leonin, that to be here, you were meant to be here. Your fate brought you here. She looks, even my brother, who knows all of the secrets of the universes, still doesn't seem to understand that what is meant to be will be.
You call it fate. I call it opportunity. I call it chance. We will see where this takes us. You do not have my fealty. You have my interest. And I will follow it with my comrades to wherever it will take us. But don't think for 1 second that you hold any sway over what we do as a collective. That is up to us.
She moves her head. You realize those two big horns gracing her backside literally come out of her neck. 6 horns, hair draping over all of them. She smiles. The marking on her bottom lip. Fine. I've always loved the chaos of those that defy. You have the spirit of Morai, Tauren. You also have the markings of death on you. This underworld was meant for you. To some degree.
In time, I'm sure. Good lady.
In time.
Good God.
But some of us get to experience it in multiple ways. And for you, you have experienced a part of the underworld that many will never see. And so I honor it. She tilts her head, and the strand becomes ever more glowing, the one attached to Phoenix. Sever it. I'm not sure what good it will do, but you stand with my brother, and you stand with your belief, and that is all mortals have.
Yes.
So now that glowing bundle, that the same one you just cut moments ago, you now stand before, where she's leaned her head over, and Theor has the shears. I don't know, unless he's got more questions to ask. Krufix is kind of nodding, Krufix is just kind of in that moment, this must be done. But now you're getting another perspective from a completely different god, who's I don't even know if it's going to help. It's
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, let's go ahead and snip this thing out, and we can ask some questions later if we have them. So I go up to the strand and I look back at Zunis and say, "You coming or what?"
I slowly embrace, like bringing my face to your furry coat, and
I was
my
hoping you would
brother,
say bosom.
take
they
us.
they caress the shears together.
Let fate mold your hands into these shears and cut. You know, it is right.
Clothis looks to her brother. They are close, aren't they? He nods through his heavy cloak.
Godburn. That's Godburn.
In the advantage cut plus 10 is made. Whoever wants. Zero, you can roll.
Yeah,
All
go
right,
for
I'll
it.
roll up.
My gills are flaring.
Sorry.
I hate to do this, guys, because this is intense, but I gotta pee. I'm doing the same thing you did. I'm sorry. You guys keep going.
Go.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn it up.
Go ahead,
loud.
keep going. Yeah, it's almost there.
I got a 36.
Ooh. And so, as you guys sever, this time it's not a heart, it just snaps. And there's just a blast, same blast of light. The light flutters away. Krufix kind of shrinks down to your size, looks up at his sister, and he goes, "This will help." She looks up at him and he goes, "It will." She kind of like nods. Just a moment to share if there's anything you guys, as you're kind of feeling this moment, as you have feeling the surge of energy go through you, and you can definitely feel like you've changed something. It's not trivial by any means. You've done something, even though might not even know the gravity of what you've done. You can to sever, like, the most simple thing from a Strands of Fate is nothing to balk at. It is serious, and so I think you all feel the weight of that. And I think Torin even more than anything, because Torin has been feeling like, what's up with Phoenix and why should we be doing this? But I think he feels that weight even heavier. Clothis kind of makes a step back. Her wide hips kind of sway. And she says nothing. She kind of just stands there and begins to become part of the Nyx. Krufix tells you, well, now we go back to the material plane. You get a time of rest. I will leave you be. I do think that there are other things we can do to continue to thwart Phoenix, but I will not continue to try to control your path. I will leave that. If you seek me, I will be here for you to tell you what I would require next of you. Otherwise, it is time for you to not have to deal with the underworld any longer.
Zunis puts his arm across his chest. Thank you. You saved me. And I thank you for your trust in us. I hope to see you again.
You will. I am connected to you now. More than any mortal I have been with in a long time. It's funny how much I feel like you, even though I know not what it is like to be. and he kind of flourishes with a whip of his hand. A Nyx kind of star a vortex, a portal opens up. Shall we go back? Well, I was going to say to Melitus, but where do you want to go in THEROS? Where would you like to start your next adventure? Akros, Setessa, Melitus, the Wilds, Scophos.
If I remember correctly, don't we owe Thanos?
Thanos walks up. He's like, he kind of looks around and he goes, I lost the rest of my men, but God rest their souls, they knew what they were up for when they signed up for this. Never in my wildest dreams that I would be here. The whole time, I have seen some things, the stories I have to tell you. And you get the feeling that he's been in the underworld too, but like slightly just a few steps behind you, not really on your path. That Krufix kind of swooped him up a while ago, and he's been on his own journey. But he seems a different man. He seems a stronger man.
Be a good ally.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was like planning to go to the Siren Seas, which is of interest to Zunis. But I don't know.
I was planning to get back to my regular job. I told you, I knew you were going to fuck everything up. You did. And he kind of like smiles and laughs. But you know what? With all jokes aside, we must give my men proper send-off to the gods when we get back.
Sure.
Let's do that
Indeed.
first.
Yep.
We owe you a debt. We shall fulfill our
duty to them.
duty.
And so, cut me off if I'm pushing ahead, but I imagine you guys end up walking through the portal, being transferred back into the mortal realm. When you get back, I imagine those next few days are strange, like to just be doing the mundane, to be eating in a tavern, to be staying at Erebos' Rest and having a drink at Heliod's Light as the people kind of dance around and party, and you realize you had 2 days ago you were fucking in the underworld, right? Like you just kind of like sipping. Imagine Zunis is sipping a drink like fuck. We kind of montage this. If there's anything you want to add in those moments of those few days, but I imagine one of those moments in the montage is the burning of even though there really are no bodies, they never brought any bodies back, so there's just kind of these altars set up in the crypts or in the City of the Dead, where Othanos takes it in Melitus, where he burns kind of like incense and honors all his men who perished. And eventually he tips his helmet under his shoulder, gives them their last rites. Is there anything, as we're about to close out here, staying there with Othanos, anything else you want to share? Where we go from here? Where your thoughts are? Just, this is
Yeah, I mean, I think me personally, like I'm not necessarily questioning a lot of things, but I'm like thinking about everything that Krufix did for us, and just how like he's probably been more of a tangible god than Nylea in a lot of ways to me. And so I think on some level, I don't know, like I don't know if my allegiance is are shifting potentially. So like I'm kind of in like a weird space right now, because I feel like I was very, very sure of that aspect of my identity, and now after this experience and really seeing the enormity and the like, just how grandiose everything that we just went through, and kind of being taken behind the curtain, so to speak, it just feels just hitting a little different than when we were frolicking in the city, and you know, on a very kind of superficial plane almost. So it almost feels like I have a deeper understanding of like what exactly is going on in our world, and because of that, things are changing with me personally.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Zunis has never felt this level of clarity in his entire life. Seeing sort of beyond the veil, so to speak, the strands, to near death, to rebirth. He feels committed to understanding the secrets of this world, where it may take him, if that is to understand his family or to be with his friends and companions now. He knows that he'll be ready for wherever things take him.
Thorin, honestly, he has a very introspective moment because he feels like his path is his own. He believes that everyone's path is their own, and the sacrifice that these people gave were the biggest that they could give. And so he sits and he contemplates that as a paladin would, through faith, although his faith is incongruent with, you know, what the idea of faith is. So it's just a faith in good. And so he sits and he contemplates that. He outwardly projects not discomfort, but unease. And his companions, especially those of his race, they understand that he's at a very contemplative stage. You know, this is going to be a very silent time where he does not share a lot about that experience until he decides it for himself. But this has rocked Thorin to his core. You know, he thought he knew what everything was, and now that it's been completely thrown into the air. So he pays the respect that the people sacrificed all they had gave, and then he continues on a very solitary mental path, at least not solitary because he's not with his companions, but he goes forward in that focus.
And as everyone walks away from the burning kind of funerary mounds, Thorin stays there for a moment. And even though Thanos has walked away, as they begin to simmer, the smell of incense burning, a young, or you can't really tell, but you can tell as a female form, woman walks up to in the cemetery here, one of the larger cemeteries in Melitus. She has a metal mask on, not golden, kind of a bronze-ish. Could be a cultist of some type. You know, imagine your initial is like, this is probably someone who's a zealot. You know, only zealots walk around in masks. You know, and as she approaches you, she says, "My good sir, I saw you, and in my spirit I was called over to speak with you, Leonin. Leonin, what do you know of Phoenix?"
Very little. All that I know is that he has been a pawn of whatever fates have decided for him, and I am undecided on whether that's positive or negative, Spirit. But know that I am not swayed easily, and that my allegiance isn't won by trivialities. It's won by action. Just speak your piece.
I appreciate that you understand this. I do understand that many of the gods are misunderstood, and Phoenix has been seen as a liar or a deceiver. But what if I would tell you that Heliod and Thassa and THEROS are the true liars, as they have never shared the truth with man or the mortals, that the people have the power. What if we were to give that back? I'm sorry, I believe that Phoenix wants to give the power back to the mortals, to show them that the gods are not what make THEROS great. And that if the Titans rise, Sir Torin, then they can be defeated. And from the ashes of the gods and the ashes from the Titans will rise the immortal spirit, for they are the true gods.
Are they, though? You're trying to exchange one set of rules for another. You feel like that's an advantage for you. I care not for your ambitions. And that sounds like ambition clouded with reason.
It is only ambition to give back to the people what is rightfully theirs. For we created the gods.
Did you? You've created nothing for me.
You're right.
Nothing for whatever has affected my life, my people, my experience, the experience of my colleagues. How would I know your words differ from their words? You think too poorly of us.
Torin, I like it. May I show you the truth?
Please.
And she touches Torin's head, and in that moment there's this flash, and you see an innumerable, like in armies of returned descending back into the underworld, and you can see that a war is starting between the Lampids and Dryads and other creatures and other returned in Erebos's world, and you can tell that these returned are all being sent there by Phoenix. And then when she draws her hand away, I think to everyone else who was to look on the hill and see you talking to the woman, it is Phoenix. And he goes, I came to you because you understood me. I have no ambition as a god. I have ambition for the mortals. I am trying to give you back THEROS. You have never bowed to any god, and that is what I respect about you, Torin. And I don't ask you to bow to me. I ask you to give the people a world with no gods. You don't have to speak now. Just let that sit. And when you think, and when you speak, I will be there to listen to your answer. I bid you farewell.
Torin takes the advice and agrees.
And as that happens, we slowly fade to black as everyone sees Torin just talking to this woman on the heel. And in tonight's episode.
Oh shit. Oh no!
Dorime,
Good game.
interimo ad appare dorime. Ameno, ameno, lanciremo, dorime. Ameno, o mandare imperavi, ameno. Dimere, mantiremo, ameno. O manare imperavi, munare, ameno. O manare imperavi, munare, ameno.
You guys hear sound?
Feels like Juvenile's about to hop on this track though.
You guys are welcome to talk during this. It's just kind of.
Feels like Back That Ass Up is about to come on.
Actually taking like artwork is made. Like I like the picture you're painting. Oh shit.
Ameno, o mandare imperavi, ameno. Dimere,
Okay, come on, let's go. Okay, because you made it to the top throne, let me see what my Godfather can do. Cause he's a father to the fatherless, a mother to the motherless, and not to know what can do. But promise not to fight again, not to do anything that we hurt again. Cause if you do, now we say you don't go again. And another time you go on again, I swear. Shebi make a tamua, say my kina go join God. You want to bamba, you wanna chill with the big boys. Now you the wrong, kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink, what a drop cup. Hey, WC, hey.
All right, good game. Just a little.
That's a good time, man.
Good
Yeah, that
stuff.
was
Really good
awesome.
time.
That was a great episode.
Yeah, man.
You want to stop the recording now?
Oh yeah, I can stop it. Can always. Sometimes